I hope everything is okay out there with the signal. Astronomers discover the first cloudless Jupiter-like planet. This marks the second time astronomers have ever observed a cloud-free exoplanet and have detected the first Jupiter-like planet without clouds or haze in its observable atmosphere. The findings were published in the Astrophysical Journal Letters. Named WASP 62b, the gas giant, was first detected in 2012 through the wide-angle search for planets WASP South Survey. Its atmosphere, however, had never been closely studied until now. For my thesis, I have been working on exoplanet characterization. Who led the study? I take discovered planets and I follow up on them to characterize their atmospheres. Known as hot Jupiter, WASP 62b is 575 light-years from Earth, about half the size of Jupiter. However, unlike our Jupiter, which takes nearly 12 years to orbit the Sun, WASP 62b completes the rotation around its star in just 4.5 days. This proximity to the star makes it extremely hot, hence the name hot Jupiter. And then a hot Jupiter. My money would be that it was once a brown dwarf star. Alarm recorded data and observations of the planet using spectroscopy, the study of electromagnetic radiation, go figure, to help detect chemical elements. Alarm specifically monitored WASP-62b as it swept in front of its host star 3 times, making visible light observations, which can be detected, the presence of sodium and potassium in a planet's atmosphere. I'll get plenty of bananas. I'll admit that at first I wasn't too excited about this planet, Alarm says, but after coming up with some good mottos, I coaxed myself into it. But once I started to take a look at the data, I got excited. While there was no evidence of potassium, sodium's presence was strikingly clear. The team was able to view the full sodium absorption lines in their data, or its complete fingerprint. Clouds or haze in the atmosphere would obscure the complete signature of sodium, Alam explains, and astronomers usually can only make out small hints of its presence. Well, every chemical burns a different color. This is smoking gun evidence that we are seeing a clear atmosphere. Cloud-free planets are exceedingly rare. Astronomers estimate that less than 7% of exoplanets have clear atmosphere. According to recent research, for example, the first and only other known exoplanet with a clear atmosphere was discovered in 2018. Named WASP-96b, it is classified as a hot Saturn. Ooh. Astronomers believe studying exoplanets with cloudless atmospheres can lead to a better understanding of how they were formed. Their rarity suggests something else is going on, or they formed in a different way than most planets. Alam says, clear atmospheres also make it easier to study the chemical composition of planets, which can help identify what a planet is made of. With the launch of the James Webb Telescope later this year, the team hopes to have new opportunities to study and better understand WASP-62b. The telescope's improved technologies, like higher resolution and better precision, should help them probe the atmosphere even closer to search for the presence of anything but electricity, such as silicon. And that's the story. Ancient relic points to a turning point in Earth's history 42,000 years ago. That sounds interesting. Ancient relic points to a turning point in Earth's history 42,000 years ago. Just like in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the answer was 42. The temporary breakdown of Earth's magnetic field 42,000 years ago sparked major climate shifts that led to global environmental change and mass extinctions. A new international study co-led by UNSW Sydney and the South Australian Museum shows. I remember about a couple years ago now, I was talking to Diamond Dave of the Oppenheimer Ranch Project, and he also told me that he had evidence of a catastrophe 42,000 years ago. Interesting. The dramatic turning point in Earth's history, laced with electrical storms, widespread auroras, and cosmic radiation, was triggered by the reversal of Earth's magnetic poles and changing of solar winds. Well, I suppose you could say that, but there were also big giant planets around and electric thunderbolts being blasted all over the place. It was not an event that came from within. Remember, we read from Velikovsky. It was an extraterrestrial event. The researchers, this is just another one of them kind of, be afraid articles. They all go there. The researchers dubbed this danger period the Adams Transitional Geomagnetic Event, or Adams Event for short. A tribute to science fiction writer Douglas Adams. The findings are published today in Science. For the first time ever, we have been able to precisely date the timing and environmental impacts of the last magnetic pole switch, says Chris Turney, a professor of Nonsense and Science authored the study. The findings were made possible with ancient New Zealand karuri trees, which have been preserved in sediments for over 40,000 years. Using the ancient trees, we could measure the spike in atmospheric radiocarbon levels caused by the collapse of Earth's magnetic field. While scientists already know the magnetic poles temporarily flipped around 41 to 42,000 years ago, known as the Lachamps excursion, they didn't know exactly how it impacted life on Earth. But the researchers were able to create a detailed timescale of how Earth's atmosphere changed over this time by analyzing rings on the ancient karuri trees. Now, how many trees are going to live 42,000 years worth of rings? The karuri trees are like the Rosetta Stone, helping us tie together records of environmental change in caves, ice cores, and peat bogs around the world, says co-lead Professor Alan Cooper, honorary researcher at the South Australian Museum. Researchers compared the newly created timescale with the records from sites across the Pacific and used it in global climate modeling, finding that the growth of ice sheets and glaciers over North America, and large shifts in major wind belts and tropical storm systems could be traced back to the Adams event. One of their first clues was the megafauna across mainland Australia and Tasmania went through simultaneous extinctions 42,000 years ago. This had never seemed right, because it was long after Aboriginal people arrived, but around the same time that the Australian environment shifted in the current and state, the same time that the Australian environment shifted to the current arid state, says Professor Cooper. The paper suggests that Adams' event could explain a lot of other evolutionary mysteries, like the extinction of Neanderthals and the sudden widespread appearance of figurative art in caves around the world. It's the most surprising and important discovery I've ever been involved in, Cooper said. The perfect storm, the magnetic North Pole, that is, the direction a compass needle points to, doesn't have a fixed location. It usually wobbles close to the North Pole and the northernmost point of Earth's axis. Over time, due to dynamic movements within the Earth's core, just like the magnetic South Pole. Sometimes, for reasons that aren't clear, the magnetic pole's movements can be more drastic. Around 41 to 42,000 years ago, they swapped places entirely, and there is evidence that the South Pole should really be in the north and the North Pole in the south, because the North Pole is 10,000 feet deep. There's no land. The South Pole is 10,000 feet high. If the Earth was held into position by Saturn, it would have been by the poles, and it would have made Earth an egg-shaped, with an indentation in the south and a pulling in the north. So it would make sense that 10,000 feet high should be in the north, which was technically our mythologically Hyperborea, all the North Pole myths. But it fits. But like I said, it was an extraterrestrial event. It didn't come from within. And that is what they're missing. All right, let's see. Earth's magnetic field dropped. According to the team's findings, the most dramatic part was the lead-up to the reversal, when the poles were migrating across the Earth. Earth's magnetic field dropped by only 0 to 6% strengthened during the Adams event. Earth's magnetic field dropped to only 0 to 6% strength during the Adams event. I never heard of the Adams event, do you? Says Professor Turney. We essentially had no magnetic field at all. Our cosmic radiation shield was totally gone. During the magnetic field breakdown, the Sun experienced several grand solar minima, long-term periods of quiet solar activity. I think this is all a guess. That's what I think. Even though the GSM means less activity on the Sun's surface, the weakening of its magnetic field can mean more space weather like solar flares and galactic cosmic rays. That is true. Could head Earth's way. And it has been, hasn't it? I mean, our magnetic field is weaker. And, man-made EMF messes with Earth's magnetosphere. It's insanity what they're doing. I've got a little piece later by Michael Tessarion that speaks to that a little bit.
Already played it.
Even though GSM means less activity on the Sun's surface, the weakening of its magnetic field can mean more space weather. But the thing is this. If Earth lost its magnetic field, then how did it get it back? By the Sun strengthening, I suppose. Yep. Unfiltered radiation from space ripped apart air particles in Earth's atmosphere. Damn. Separating electrons and emitting light, a process called ionization. Yeah, when something becomes ionized, it glows.
Ionization.
Indeed. I got to tell you something in just a minute. The ionized air fried the ozone layer, triggering a ripple of climate change across the globe. Well, I don't know. I think that might be cyclical, but who knows? I don't think we've been going around the sun long enough, honestly. But even if we are, what can we do? Sitting around being afraid isn't the answer. Oh, geez. What was it? Oh, man, it's right on the tip of my tongue. I hate it. Oh, God, I hate it. Oh, man. Oh, we have like 450,000 volts, if I'm not mistaken, above our heads in the ionosphere. And beneath our feet, we have the same exact amount of voltage and negative electricity, electrons. And we are in the middle. And that's where the gravity thing, dipole to dipole, comes in. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it, but it would only make sense that it would be electric. Everything else is. Declassified FBI document states that Nikola Tesla was an alien from Venus. Now, I don't know what this is about. Let's find out. We've gotten no help from the mainstream media regarding him at all. Nikola Tesla is a very well-known scientist that no one ever talks about or teaches in school. I hated that part. Who made numerous inventions and discoveries, such as the Tesla coil, alternating current, electricity, neon lights, artificial lighting, X-rays, the rotating magnetic field, just to name a few. His radio technology is actually used in today's computers, smartphones, navigation systems, satellites, missiles, and spaceships. Incredibly, in 1925, he predicted that people would eventually be able to stay connected by seeing and hearing each other, no matter where they were across the planet, by a small device that could fit in a pocket, decades before the smartphone was even created. He had over 1,000 invention patents on record. That included his 1905 patent called The Art of Transmitting Electrical Energy Through the Natural Medium, based on his thoughts that the Earth was an electrical generator that could supply an unlimited amount of electric power. It was obvious Tesla was an incredibly intelligent man who was ahead of his time in regards to his work. In fact, it has been said that his inventions were between 300 and 1,000 years ahead of time, and that the world would be about half a century behind where we are today if it was not for Tesla. This, however, led to some people believing that he was such a unique individual that he didn't even come from our planet. A declassified FBI document called Interplanetary Sessions Newsletter was written on June 14, 1957, which was a good year, and contained some unbelievable claims that Tesla was originally from the planet Venus. Well, if he lives on Venus, he had to be pretty smart, because it's hot. How hot is it, you might ask? It is approximately
800 degrees.
It read in part, the space people who have visited the Tesla engineers many times and have told us that Tesla was a Venusian, brought to this planet as a baby in 1856, and left with Mr. and Mrs. Tesla in a remote mountain province in what is now Yugoslavia. Familiar story. That wouldn't be Superman, would it? Isn't it ironic that the real Superman was playing the villain in the first Superman cartoon, Small World? I wonder why the FBI really does have a file. Additionally, a woman named Margaret Storm, who was writing a book on Tesla's life, was given information through a device that was created in 1938 in order to conduct interplanetary communication. She allegedly even had contact with the space people. The theory that Nikola Tesla originally came from Venus and was brought to Earth as a baby is certainly far-fetched, even though many people do believe that there are aliens living right here on Earth. Area 51, for example, and Mount Shasta. But what's even stranger, the FBI had the information in one of their files which ultimately raises even more questions, such as why did the space people reveal Tesla's identity to the FBI? And perhaps even better, did the FBI actually have close contact with extraterrestrials? Or is it just a big heaping pile of smoldering doo-doo? No bullshit. The entire 64-page document can be read here. This looks like a file, June 1457, dear friends. We have not issued a lecture by George Van Tassel and Dan Fry in Ballroom of Hotel Diplomat, 43rd Street, New York, 8 p.m. Thursday, June 20th, 1957. Donation $1.25.
I would like to get $1.25. Please open your door. I need money.
George Van Tassel operates the Giant Rock, California spaceport and airport, and has been host at 4 annual spacecraft conventions. The author of 2 books, I Rode a Flying Saucer and Into the Out Again. Dan Fry is the author of The White Sands Incident. In this book, he tells the story of a trip which he made in a flying saucer from a desert spot. No, I heard that something new was revealed about Tesla, but then they come out with this nonsense. I'm looking for, it was something about him communicating with Mars, and some people think that the communication was real, and they sent back these pictures, and one of them is a face. Now, is it a coincidence? I don't know. But you can't ever find anything because they glob up the internet with all kinds of other crap, like how much money the Tesla car makes. And I have something else here that I found about Tesla. While Nikola Tesla was conducting experiments with his magnifying transmitter at Colorado Springs in 1899, he detected coherent signals, which he determined had originated on Mars. Tesla was widely criticized for his astounding claims, yet no one could seriously dispute him. He was a pioneer without peer. No one then has reported constructing a magnifying transmitter or otherwise replicated his experiments. The issue remains unresolved and the mystery unsolved. Tesla revealed no technical details, and publications of that period, other than the pertinent patents, his Colorado notebooks were published in the 1980s, but they make no mention of his alleged contact with Mars. Tesla elaborated on the subject, talking with planets, in Collier's Weekly, March 1901, which states, which says, as I was improving my machines for the production of intense electrical actions, I was also perfecting the means for observing feeble efforts. One of the most interesting results, and also one of great practical importance, was the development of certain contrivances for indicating at a distance of many hundred miles an approaching storm, its direction, speed, and distance traveled. I believe Velikovsky reported on this as well. It was in carrying on this work that for the first time I discovered those mysterious effects which have elicited such unusual interest. I had perfected the apparatus referred to so far that from my laboratory in the Colorado mountains, I could feel the pulse of the globe, as it were, noting every electrical change that occurred within the radius of 1,100 miles. I can never forget the first sensation I experienced when it dawned upon me I had observed something possibly of incalculable consequences to mankind. I felt as though I were present at the birth of a new knowledge, or the revelation of a great truth. My first observations positively terrified me, as there was present in them something mysterious, not to say supernatural, and I was alone in my laboratory at night. It had sand on the anode a little bit too much too. But at that time, the idea of these disturbances being intelligently controlled signals did not yet present itself to me. The changes I noted were taking place periodically, and with such a clear suggestion of number and order that they were not traceable to any cause known to me. I was familiar, of course, with such electrical disturbances as are produced by the sun, aurora borealis, and earth currents, and I was as sure as I could be of any fact that these variations were due to none of these causes. The nature of my experiments precluded the possibility of the changes being produced by atmospheric disturbances, as has been rashly asserted by some. It was some time afterward when the thought flashed upon my mind that the disturbances I had observed might be due to an intelligent control. Although I could not decipher their meaning, it was impossible for me to think of them as having been entirely accidental. The feeling is constantly growing on me that I had been the first to hear the greeting of one planet to another. A purpose was behind these electrical signals. Decades later, on his birthday in 1937, he announced, a lot of people think that he lived like the last 20 or 30 years of his life on a park bench. There's a part of that that's true, but he was also, like Howard Hughes, went into like the Black Ops for probably one of the first ones to work for the government doing science. Things like the Philadelphia experiment. He was involved in that too. I don't know whatever came of that. Decades later on his birthday in 1937, he announced. Decades later on his birthday in 1938, he announced, I have devoted much of my time during the year past to the perfecting of a new small and compact apparatus by which energy in considerable amounts can now be flashed through interstellar space to any distance without the slightest dispersion. New York Times, Sunday, 11 July, 1937. Tesla never publicly revealed any technical details of his improved transmitter, but in his 1937 announcement, he revealed a new formula showing that the kinetic and potential energy of a body is the result of motion and determined by the product of its mass. Now let's break that down. The potential energy of a body is the result of motion and determined by the product of its mass. So if you got a guy chugging down third base toward home and the catcher is at the plate, of course, the energy that he would be conducting would be from his running, right? So that's the result of his motion, how much energy he's carrying according to his mass, how big he is. Okay, I just wanted to maybe break that down, understand it with you. The kinetic and potential energy of a body is the result of motion and determined by the product of its mass and the square of its velocity, how fast he's running, how big he is. Yeah. Let the mass be reduced. The energy is reduced by the same proportion. If it be reduced to zero, the energy is likewise zero for any finite velocity. New York, 12 July, 37. About 40 years later, Arthur Matthews claimed that Tesla had secretly developed the telescope for the purpose of communicating with Mars. The late Dr.
Andrea Puharich
met with Matthews and discussed him in an interview, Pyramid Guide, 78. Arthur Matthews came from England. Matthews' father was a laboratory assistant to the noted physicist Lord Kelvin back in the 1890s. Tesla came over to England to meet Kelvin, to convince him that alternating current was more efficient than direct current. Kelvin, at that time, opposed the AC movement in 1902. The Matthews family left England and immigrated to Canada. When Matthews was 16, his father arranged for him to apprentice under Tesla. to apprentice under Tesla. He eventually worked for him and continued his alliance until Tesla's death in 1943. It's not generally known, but Tesla actually had 2 huge magnifying transmitters built in Canada, and Matthews operated one of them. People mostly know about the Colorado Springs transmitters, and the unfinished one on Long Island. I saw the 2 Canadian transmitters. All the evidence is there. The telescope is the thing Tesla invented to communicate with beings on other planets. There's a diagram of the telescope in Matthews' book, The Wall of Light. In principle, it takes in cosmic ray signals. Eventually, the signals are stepped down to audio. Speak into one end, and the signal goes out the other end as a cosmic ray emitter. Light emits, yes. Even if it's a laser. A cosmic ray emitter. That's pretty cool. I wonder whatever happened with it, whatever came of it. Watch, they're probably all using it. Matthews' diagrams of the telescope, make minimal electronic sense. Matthews' diagram of the telescope make minimal electronic sense. No one has ever confirmed the reality of the telescope. Several years after Tesla announced getting signals from Mars, Marconi also claimed to have heard from an alien radio transmitter. See Marconi always trying to get his beak into the news to be somebody. That's what I see him as. However, Marconi was more easily dismissed by his contemporaries, who claimed that Marconi had received interference from another radio station on Earth. Well, of course they're going to say that. That's their party line. In the 1970s, L.G. Lawrence, field manager of the Edusa Institute, described his communication by accident with ET intelligences. October 1971, while conducting exploratory RBS remote biological sensing experiments in Riverside County, California, our field measurements, organic transducer complex, intercepted a train of apparently intelligent communication signals. Tight spacing and discrete pulse intervals, while accidentally allowed to remain pointed at the constellation Ursa Major during a short rest period. The phenomenon prevailed for somewhat over 33 minutes. A somewhat similar phenomenon was observed April 10, 1972. The apparent signals, aside from seemingly growing weaker, appearing to be transmitted at great intervals ranging from weeks to months, possibly years. A faint, coherent, binary-type phenomenon was noted during orbital monitoring. Intervals between rapid series of pulse trains ranged from 3 to 10 minutes. Because our equipment is impervious to electromagnetic radiation and found free of internal anomalies, the tentative conclusion of biological-type interstellar communications signals has emerged. The instrumentation tape is unpleasant to listen to. However, a fascinating degree of enchantment tends to emerge after the tape has been played back 3 or more times. Typically, over a period of weeks, we ascribe this to psychoacoustical adaptation. I agree with that. The tape contains, if you have a noise that's common, eventually you get deaf to it. It's like that radar thing with my TV screen. To know we were getting radiated. The tape contains a short, incremental series of deep, harmonious oscillations. Resembling nonsense chatter or background modulations. I'd like to hear it. An intelligent character of the overall pulse is applied by discrete spacing patterns, apparent repetitions of sequences, and highly attenuated Gaussian noise. That's going on now, I guess. Maybe it's coming from Perseus, region of our galaxy. The signals have been heard by the writer for several years, generally range between about 4 to 5 hours right ascension, with a peak intensity near 4.5 hours. The signals appear to be several tones. I wonder, well, I just thought I'd read that on Tesla, and I went a little far. That's okay. searching for the causes of the great upheavals of the past, and in considering their effects, I became skeptical of the great theories concerning celestial motions that were formulated when the historical facts described here were not all known to science. The subject deserves to be discussed in detail and quantitatively. All that I would venture to say at this time and in this place is the following. The accepted celestial mechanics, notwithstanding the many calculations that have been carried out to many decimal places, or verified by celestial motions, stands only if the sun, the source of light and warmth, and other radiation produced by fusion and fission of atoms, is as a whole an electrical neutral body, and also if the planets in their usual orbits are neutral bodies. Fundamental principles in celestial mechanics, including the law of gravitation, must come into question if the sun possesses a charge sufficient to influence the planets in their gravitation, in their orbits, or comets in theirs. In the Newtonian celestial mechanics, based on the theory of gravitation, electricity and magnetism play no role. Emanuel Velikovsky, New York, 1950. Preface, 1965. First published in 1950, this book was left unchanged in all subsequent printing, nor have any textual changes been made in this paper-bound edition. This was so by design. I wish to keep the text in its original form in order that, unaltered, it should face all subsequent discovery in the fields it covers or touches upon. Should there have been changes, the reader of a new edition would be unable to judge to what extent a book heretical in 1950 could measure up to later developments. In 1950, it was generally assumed that the fundamentals of science were all known and that only details and decimals were left to fill in. In that same year, a cosmologist, certainly not of a conservative bent of mind, Fred Hoyle, wrote in the conclusion of his book, The Nature of the Universe, "It is likely that any astonishing new developments are lying in wait for us. It is possible that cosmology of 500 years hence will extend as far beyond our present beliefs as our cosmology goes beyond that of Newton." And he continued, "I doubt whether this will be so. I am prepared to believe that there will be many advances in the detailed understanding of matters that still baffle us. But by and large, I think that our present picture will turn out to bear an approximate resemblance to the cosmologies of the future." And he referred to the limitations of optical means in penetrating the depth of space. The years that have passed since the publication of Worlds in Collision have seen the first great achievements in radio astronomy, the discoveries of the International Geophysical Year, and the dawn of the space age. The picture has changed completely. Signs of recent violence, disruption, fragmentation have been observed on Earth and elsewhere in the solar system. A submarine, gigantic canyon that runs almost twice around the globe, a sign of global twist, a layer of ash of extraterrestrial origin underlying all oceans. Paleomagnetic evidence that the magnetic poles were suddenly, repeatedly reversed, and it is claimed the terrestrial axis with them. Gases escaping on some craters on the moon, thought to be cold to its center, and exceedingly high surface heat on Venus. Furthermore, with the discovery of radio signals arriving from Jupiter of the existence of a magnetosphere surrounding the Earth, of the solar plasma, of the net charge on the Sun, and the magnetic field permeating the interdisciplinary field of space, decisive evidence has come up that the solar system and the universe in general are not electromagnetically sterile. A basic change in the understanding of the universe, its nature, and the forces active in it. The words found in the preface of the 1950 edition, designating the work as heresy in realms where the names Newton and Darwin reign supreme, should no longer invoke a spontaneous rejection on the part of even the most conservative in science, unless it is a defense mechanism devised to protect an inner realization of incertitude. What, to the scientist, constitutes a really satisfactory sort of success for a theory? The answer lies largely in the words generally elegance, control, and prediction. As to generality, hardly anyone raised an objection. Possibly there was some elegance in the timing when these words were written in 1960, 10 years after the publication of my book and the great opposition it provoked. Some of the mostly compelling data were radioed by the space vehicle Pioneer 5. I would like to relate here a few details about the control and prediction of two crucial tests, decisive for this book. Early in my work, I came to the understanding that Venus is a newcomer to the planetary family, that it had a stormy, if only short history, and that it must still be very hot and giving off heat. Further, that it must be surrounded by a very extensive envelope of hydrocarbon, petroleum, gases, and dust. Such claims were in total disagreement with what was known in 1946, when I completed the manuscript of the work, or in 1950 when it was published, to stress the crucial nature of these claims. They were put under the headings "The Gases of Venus" and "The Thermal Balance of Venus," immediately preceding the section "The End." Should I be right in these claims, the entire chain of deductions, of which identification of the extraterrestrial agent of the paroxysm described is but the final ring, is strengthened. And, since these crucial claims were in flagrant discord with the accepted values, in case of confirmation they ought not to be denoted as lucky guesses. As late as 1959, Venus, ground temperature, was calculated to be only 17 degrees Celsius, 3 degrees above the mean annual temperature of the Earth. But by 1961, from the nature of the radio signals emitted by Venus, it was found that Venus, ground temperature, is about 315 degrees Celsius, or 600 degrees Fahrenheit. Dr. F.D. Drake of the National Radio Astronomy Observatory, responsible for this reading, wrote, "We would have expected a temperature only slightly greater than that of the Earth, and the find was a surprise in a field in which the fewest surprises were expected. There was admittingly no satisfactory explanation of such high temperature of Venus in the frame of the accepted notions. Greenhouse effect could not explain so high a temperature, nor could radioactivity decaying for billions of years. The Mariner 2, a space vehicle that passed Venus in December 1962, was instrumented to detect whether the heat is real and as high as 600 degrees. It found it real and a full 800 degrees, and found also that the night side of Venus, if anything, hotter than the day side, and that light does not penetrate the cloud cover. It must be gloomy and bleak under this cover. It is stated in the Mariner project by the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, very little greenhouse effect could realize itself under such conditions. The other crucial test concerned the gaseous envelope of the planet. In 1946, 4 years before the publication of this book, I directed a request and inquiry to Professor R. Wilt of Yale and the late Professor W.S. Adams of Mount Wilson and Palomar observatories, foremost authorities on the subject of planetary atmosphere. You know what I'm thinking? I'm wondering if Halton Arp knew about Velikovsky and what his thoughts were on him. That would be interesting, because Halton Arp was at Palomar, right? Furthermost authorities on the subject of planetary atmosphere indicating that the presence of hydrocarbon gases and dust in the cloud envelope of Venus would constitute a crucial test for the cosmological concepts evolved from the study of historical sources. Wilt wrote on September 13, 1946, "The absorption spectrum of Venus' atmosphere cannot be interpreted as resulting from gaseous hydrocarbons." Adams answered September 9, 1946, "There is no evidence of the presence of hydrocarbon gas in the atmosphere of Venus." I must have been completely firm in my belief of not having made a wrong deduction. From the first premise of global catastrophe to the last one, of identifying the agent, to have chosen to print in disregard of the expert opinions on the basis of this research. I assume that Venus must be rich in petroleum gases. On February 26, 1963, making known the results of the Mariner probe, Dr. Homer Newell of NASA announced that in the judgment of those responsible for that part of the program, Venus is enshrouded in an envelope of hydrocarbon gases and dust, 15 miles thick, 45 miles above the ground of the planet. It was acknowledged as very puzzling that Venus should have such a massive atmosphere, a score of times heavier than the terrestrial atmosphere, that it should have taken the form of an envelope 45 miles above the surface of the planet, and that it should consist of heavy molecules of hydrocarbon gases and dust. It was also found that Venus rotates retrogradely, though very slowly, a sign of its having been disturbed in its motion in the past, or having been captured by the Sun, or having originated in a way different from the other planets. At the time of the Mariner probe, two prominent members of the American scientific community, V. Bargmann, professor of physics, Princeton University, and Lloyd Motz, professor of astronomy, Columbia University, wrote a letter to Science, December 21, 1962, claiming for me the correct prediction of the great heat of Venus, of the radio noises from Jupiter, of the existence of a magnetosphere around the Earth. A paper, some additional examples of correct prognosis, written by me, was printed in the September 1963 issue of the American Behavioral Scientist. It contains a survey of various tests, confirmations, and supporting evidence. And that issue, sponsored by a group of eminent men in scholarship and public affairs, it has also told the story of reception or rejection of this book, coupled with efforts toward its suppression. It was actually successfully suppressed while in the hands of the first publisher, who had to give it up, though a #1 bestseller, under the exerted boycott of all this publisher's textbooks by certain groups organized for that purpose in some of the academic councils of the country. Some attempts were made to minimize the value of the crucial test claimed and confirmations obtained. A prominent astronomer wrote in December 1963 issue of Harper's, "As to the high temperature of Venus, hot is only a relative term. For example, liquid air is hot relative to liquid helium, whereas I claimed an incandescent state of Venus and a gaseous state of all hydrocarbons." Professor H. Hess, chairman of the Space Board of the National Academy of Sciences, volunteered to write me a letter for publication. Some of these predictions were said to be impossible when you made them. All of them were predicted long before proof that they were correct came to hand. Conversely, I do not know of any specific prediction you made that was since proven to be false. If my premises are wrong, and only by sheer chance did I obtain such a score, then the theorists of probabilities ought to find out the odds involved. If, as some friendlier skeptics assume, the score is due to an unusual gift of intuition, then I should be accused of sorcery, not only of heresy. However, if the story is a reconstruction of the events that took place and of logical implications of them, then the score is but a natural fallout from a single central idea, our Jurgens. Nevertheless, more efforts were made to disqualify this work, but hardly any astronomical argument of 1950 could be brought profitably against my book in 1964 without denying all the important discoveries of the intervening years. Therefore, attempts were made to evade all these issues and to switch the debate, actually a campaign of depreciation, to questioning my proper use of sources. When a journal printed for physicists serves its readers with philological arguments in Egyptology and commits the task to a journalist uninformed and rash in the mild appraisal of Professor Moses Macias, and prints a vulgar display of ignorance and distortion, then it is as good as an admission that none of the physical arguments employed earlier could carry weight, and no new ones could be devised. It is about Such tactics that the student paper, the Daily Princetonian, wrote editorially February 1964, while it could have been assumed that anyone challenging the basic premises of Newton and Darwin might be laying himself open to a certain amount of argument, the personal vituperation, deliberate misrepresentation of facts, offhand misquotations, efforts at suppression of the books containing the theories, and the denial of the right to rebut opponents in professional journals that Dr. Velikovsky encountered indicate that far more was going on than mere challenge to established ideas. What the Velikovsky affair made crystal clear is that the theories of science may be held not only for the truth they embody, but because of the vested interest they represent for those who hold them. The deplorable tactics of certain groups in the academia have not alienated the younger generation, and the historical and physical evidence accumulating with each passing year did not escape their sight, and conclusions were drawn. What was unbelievable and heretical in 1950 is making great inroads into the science that claimed dogmatic completeness and infallibility as recently as then. On the eve of the publication of Worlds in Collision, the Professor H. Butterfield wrote The Origin of Modern Science, 1949. But the supreme paradox of the scientific revolution is in the fact that things which we find it easy to instill into the boys at school, things which would strike us as the ordinary natural way of looking at the universe, defeated the greatest intellects for centuries. The author, 1965. Indeed. Preface, 1950. Worlds in Collision is a book of wars in the celestial sphere that took place in historical time. In these wars, the planet Earth participated too. This book describes two acts of a great drama, one that occurred 34 to 35 centuries ago, in the middle of the second millennium before the present era. The other in the 8th and beginning of the 7th century, before the present era, 26 centuries ago. Accordingly, this volume consists of two parts, preceded by a prologue. Harmony, or stability, in the celestial and terrestrial spheres, is the point of departure of the present-day concept of the world as expressed in the celestial mechanics of Newton and the theory of evolution of Darwin. If these two men of science are sacrosanct, this book is a heresy. However, modern physics of atoms and of the quantum theory describes dramatic changes in the microcosm, the atom, the prototype of the solar system. A theory, then, that envisages not dissimilar events in the macrocosm. The solar system brings the modern concepts of physics to the celestial sphere. This book is written for the instructed and uninstructed alike. No formula, no hieroglyphic will stand in the way of those who set out to read it. If occasionally historical evidence does not square with formulated laws, it should be remembered that a law is but a deduction from experience, an experiment, and therefore laws must conform with historical facts, not the facts with laws. The reader is not asked to accept a theory without question. Rather, he is invited to consider for himself whether he is reading a book of fiction or nonfiction, whether he is reading is invention or historical fact. On one point alone, not necessarily decisive for the theory of cosmic catastrophism, I borrow credence. I use a synchronical scale of Egyptian and Hebrew histories, which is not orthodox. It was in the spring of 1940 that I came upon the idea that in the days of the Exodus, as evident from many passages of the scriptures, there occurred a great physical catastrophe, and that such an event could serve in determining the time of the Exodus in Egyptian history, or in establishing a synchronical scale for the histories of the peoples concerned. Thus,
I started Ages in Chaos, a reconstruction of the history of the ancient world from the middle of the second millennium, before the present era, to the advent of Alexander the Great. Already, in the fall of that same year, 1940, I felt that I had acquired an understanding of the real nature and extent of the catastrophe, and for 9 years I worked on both projects, the political and natural histories. Although Ages in Chaos was finished first in the order of publication, it will follow this work. Worlds in Collision comprises only the last 2 acts of the cosmic drama. A few earlier acts, one of them known as the Deluge, will be the subject of another volume of natural history. The historical cosmological story of this book is based on the evidence of historical texts of many peoples around the globe, on classical literature, on epics of northern races, on sacred books of the peoples of the Orient and Occident, on traditions and folklore of primitive peoples, on old astronomical inscriptions and charts, on archaeological finds, and also on geological and paleontological material. If cosmic upheavals occurred in the historical past, why does not the human race remember them? And why was it necessary to carry on research to find out about them? I discuss this problem in the section Collective Amnesia. The task I had to accomplish was not unlike that faced by a psychoanalyst who, out of disassociated memories and dreams, reconstructs a forgotten, traumatic experience in the early life of an individual in an analytical experiment on mankind. Historical inscriptions and legendary motifs often play the same role as recollection, infantile memory, and dreams in the analysis of a personality. Can we, out of this polymorphous material, establish actual facts? We shall check one people against another, one inscription against another, epics against charts, geology against legends, until we are able to extract the historical facts. In a few cases, it is impossible to say with certainty whether a record or tradition refers to one or another catastrophe that took place through the ages. It is also probable that in some traditions, various elements from different ages are fused together. In the final analysis, however, it is not so essential to segregate definitively the records of single world catastrophes. More important, it seems, is to establish, 1, that there were physical upheavals of a global character in historical times, 2, that these catastrophes were caused by extraterrestrial agents, and 3, that these agents can be identified. There are many implications that follow from these conclusions. I refer to them in the epilogue so that I can omit reference to them here. A few readers went over this book in manuscript and made valuable suggestions and remarks in chronological order. Of their reading, they are Dr. Horace M. Callan, formerly Dean of Graduate Faculty of the New School for Social Research, New York; John J. O'Neill, Science Editor of the New York Herald Tribune; James Putnam, Associate Editor of the Macmillan Company; Clifton Fademan, Literary Critic and Commenter; Gordon A. Atwater, Chairman and Curator of the Hayden Planetarium and the American Museum of Natural History, New York. The last 2 read the work at their own request, after Mr. O'Neill had discussed it in an article in the Herald Tribune of August 11th, 1946. I am indebted to all of them, but I alone am responsible for content and form. Miss Marion Kuhn cleared the manuscript of grammatical weeds and helped in reading the proofs. Many an author has dedicated his book to his wife, or mentioned her in the preface. I've always felt this was somewhat ostentatious, but now that this work is being published, I feel I shall be most ungrateful if I fail to mention that my wife, Ella Shiva, spent almost as much time on it at our desk as I did. I dedicate this book to her. The years when Ages in Chaos and Worlds in Collision were written were years of a world catastrophe created by man. The years when Ages in Chaos and Worlds in Collision were written were years of a world catastrophe created by man, of war that was fought on land, on sea, and in the air. During the time man learned how to take apart a few of the bricks of which the universe is built, the atoms of uranium. If one day he should solve the problem of fission and fusion of the atoms of which the crust of the earth or the water or air are composed, he may by chance, by initiating a chain reaction, take this planet out of the struggle for survival among the members of the celestial sphere. New York, September 1949. The author, the author, the author, the author, the author, the author.
Chapter 1. In an Immense Universe. Quota pars apuris, tanti nobis comiter. Seneca. In an immense universe, a little globe revolves around a star. It is the third star in a row. Mercury, Venus, Earth, of the planetary family. It is of a solid core covered over most of its surface with liquid. It has a gaseous envelope. Living creatures fill the liquid. Other living creatures fly in the gas, and still others creep and walk upon the ground on the bottom of the gaseous ocean. Man, a being of erect stature, thinks himself the prince of creation. He felt like this long before he, by his own efforts, came to know how to fly on wings of metal around the globe. He felt godlike before he could talk to his fellow man on the other side of the globe. Today, he can see the microcosm in a drop of water, and the elements in the stars. He knows the laws governing the living cell and its chromosomes, and the laws governing the macrocosm of the sun, moon, planets, and stars. He assumes that gravitation keeps the planetary system together. Man and beast on their planet, the sea within its borders. For millions and millions of years, he maintains, the planets have rolled along on the same paths, and their moons around them, and man in these eons has arisen from a one-cell infusorium all the long way up the ladder to his status of Homo sapien. Is man's knowledge now nearly complete? Are only a few more steps necessary to conquer the universe? To extract the energy of the atom? Since these pages were written, this has already been done. To cure cancer, to control genetics, to communicate with other planets, and learn if they have living creatures too. Here begins Homo ignoramus. He does not know what life is, or how it became to be, whether it originated from inorganic matter. He does not know whether other planets of this sun or of other suns have life on them, whether the forms of life there are like those around us, ourselves included. He does not know how this solar system came into being, although he has built up a few hypotheses around it. He knows only that the solar system was constructed billions of years ago. He does not know what this mysterious force of gravitation is that holds him and his fellow man on the other side of the planet, with their feet on the ground, although he regards the phenomenon itself as the law of laws. He does not know what the earth looks like 5 miles under his feet. He does not know how mountains came into existence, or what caused the emergence of the continents, although he builds hypotheses around these. Nor does he know from where oil came. Again, hypotheses. He does not know why, only a short time ago, a thick glacial sheet pressed upon most of Europe and North America, as he believes it did. Nor how palms could grow above the polar circle, nor how it came about that the same fauna fill the inner lakes of the Old and the New World. He does not know where the salt in the sea came from. Although man knows that he has lived on this planet for millions of years, he finds a recorded history of only a few thousand years, and even these few thousand years are not sufficiently well known. Why did the Bronze Age precede the Iron Age, even though iron is more widely distributed over the world, and its manufacture is simpler than that of the alloy of copper and tin? But what mechanical means were structures of immense blocks built on high mountains of the Andes? It is a mystery. Why did brass come before iron if iron is so much easier to make and stronger? What caused the legend of the flood to originate in all countries of the world? Is there any adequate meaning to the term antediluvian? From what experiences grew the eschatological pictures of the end of the world? In this work, of which the present book is the first, some of these questions will be answered, but only at the cost of giving up certain notions now regarded as sacred laws in science. The millions of years of the present constitution of the solar system and the harmonious revolution of the Earth, with all their implication as regards to the theory of evolution. The celestial harmony. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The day consists of 24 hours. The year consists of 365 days, 5 hours, and 49 minutes. The moon circles the earth, changing its phases, crescent, full, decrescent. The terrestrial axis points in the direction of the polar star. After winter comes spring, then summer, then fall. These are common facts. Are they invariable laws? Must it be forever? Was it always so? The sun has 9 planets. Mercury has no satellites. Venus has no satellites. The Earth has the moon. Mars has 2 small trabants, mere pieces of rock, and one of them completes its month before Mars ends its day. Jupiter has 11 moons. This was back in the 1940s when he wrote this, pre-space age. And 11 different kinds of months to count. Saturn has, Jupiter has 79 moons. Saturn has 82. That's the last current. Uranus has, 5 moons here. That was what was known by science at the time. I'll just leave it at that. Neptune 1, Pluto none. The sun rotates in an easterly direction. All planets revolve in their orbits in the same direction, counterclockwise if seen from the north, around the sun. Most of their moons revolve counterclockwise in direct motion. But there are a few that revolve in the opposite direction, in retrograde motion. No orbit is an exact circle. There is no regularity to the eccentrical shapes of the planetary orbits. Each elliptical curve verges in a different direction. It is not known for certain, but it is assumed that Mercury permanently shows the same face to the sun, as our moon does with respect to the Earth. Information obtained by different methods of observation of Venus is contradictory. It is not known whether Venus rotates so slowly that its day equals its year, or so rapidly that the night side is never sufficiently cooled. Mars rotates in 24 hours, 37 minutes, 22.6 mean period, a period comparable to the terrestrial day. Jupiter, which in volume is 1,300 times larger than the Earth, completes a rotation in the short space of 9 hours and 50 minutes. It's spinning. What causes this variability? Is it not a law that planets should rotate, or have days and nights? Still less that its day and night must return every 24 hours. If Pluto rotates from east to west, it has the sun rising in the west. Uranus has the sun rising and setting neither in the east nor the west, so it is not a law that a planet of the solar system must rotate from west to east, and that the sun must rise in the east. The equator of the Earth is inclined to the plane of its ecliptic at an angle of 23.5 degrees. This causes the change of seasons during the annual revolution of the sun. The axes of the other planets point in other directions of seemingly deliberate choice. It is not a general law for all planets that winter must follow fall and summer equals spring. The axis of Uranus is placed almost in the plane of its orbit. For about 20 years, one of its polar regions is the hottest place on the planet. Then night gradually descends, and 20 years later, the other pole enters the tropics for an equal length of time. The moon has no atmosphere. It is not known whether Mercury has any atmosphere. Venus is covered with dense clouds, but not of water vapor. Mars has a transparent atmosphere, but almost without oxygen or water vapor. Its composition is unknown. Jupiter and Saturn have gaseous envelopes. It is not known whether they have solid cores. It is not a general law that a planet have an atmosphere or water. Mars is 0.15 the volume of the Earth. The next planet, Jupiter, is about 8,750 times as large as Mars. There is no regularity of or relation between the size of the planets and their position in the system. On Mars are seen canals and polar caps. On the moon, craters. The Earth has reflecting oceans. Venus has brilliant clouds. Jupiter has belts and a red spot. Saturn has rings. The celestial harmony is composed of bodies different in size, different in form, different in the velocity of rotation, with differently directed axis of rotation, with different directions of rotation, with differently composed atmospheres, or without atmospheres, with a varying number of moons or without moons, and with satellites revolving in either direction. It appears then to be by chance that the Earth has a moon, that we have day and night, and that their combined length is equal to 24 hours. That we have a sequence of seasons, we have oceans and water, atmosphere and oxygen, and probably also that our planet is placed between Venus at our left and Mars at our right. The origin of the planetary system. All theories of the origin of the planetary system and the motive forces that sustain the motion of its members go back to the gravitational theory and the celestial mechanics of Newton. The sun attracts the planets, and if it were not for a second urge, they would fall into the sun. But each planet is impelled by its momentum to proceed in a direction away from the sun, and as a result, an orbit is formed. Similarly, a satellite or a moon is subject to an urge that drives it away from its primary. But the attraction of the primary bends the path on which the satellite would have proceeded if there had been no primary, if there had been no attraction between the bodies. And out of these urges, the satellite's orbit is traced. The inertia or persistence of motion implanted in planets and satellites was postulated by Newton, but he did not explain how or when the initial pull or push occurred. The theory of the origin of the planetary system, which dominated the entire 19th century, was proposed by Swedenborg, the theologian, and Kant, the philosopher. It was put into scientific terms by Laplace, although not explored by him quantitatively, and in brief is as follows. Hundreds of millions of years ago, the sun was nebulous and very large, and had a form approaching that of a disk. This disk was as wide as the whole orbit of the furthest of the planets. It rotated around its center, owing to the process of compression caused by gravitation. A globular sun shaped itself in the center of the disk. Because of the rotating motion of the whole nebula, a centrifugal force was in action. Parts of matter, more on the periphery, resisted the attracting action directed toward the center and broke up into rings, which balled into globes. These were planets in the process of shaping. In other words, as a result of the shrinkage of the rotating sun, matter broke away and portions of this solar material developed into planets. The plane in which the planets revolve is the equatorial plane of the sun. This theory is now regarded as unsatisfactory. Three objections stand out above others. First, the velocity of the axial rotation of the sun, at the time the planetary system was built, could not have been sufficient to enable bands of matter to break away. But even if they had broken away, they would not have balled into globes. Second, the Laplace theory does not explain why planets have larger angular velocity of daily rotation and yearly revolution than the sun could have imparted to them. Third, what made some of the satellites revolve retrogradely, or in a direction opposite to that most of the members of the solar system? It appears to be clearly established that whatever structure we assign to a primitive sun, a planetary system cannot come into being merely as the result of the sun's rotation. If a sun rotating alone in space is not able of itself to produce its family of planets and satellites, it becomes necessary to invoke the presence and assistance of some second body. This brings us at once to the tidal theory. The tidal theory, which in its earlier stage was called the planetesimal theory, assumes that a star passed close to the sun. An immense tide of matter arose from the sun in the direction of the passing star and was torn from the body of the sun, but remained in its domain, being the material out of which the planets were built. In the planetesimal theory, the mass that was torn out broke into small parts which solidified in space. Some were driven out of the solar system, and some fell back into the sun, but the rest moved around it because of its gravitational pull. Sweeping into elongated orbits around the sun, they conglomerated, rounded out their orbits as a result of mutual collisions, and grew to form planets and satellites around the planets. The tidal theory does not allow the matter torn from the sun to disperse first and reunite later. The tide broke into a few portions that rather quickly changed from gaseous fluid and then to the solid state. In support of this theory, it was indicated that such a tide, when broken into a number of drops, would probably build the largest drops out of its middle portion and the small drops from its beginning near the sun, and its end most remote from the sun. Actually, Mercury, nearest to the sun, is a small planet. Venus is larger, Earth a little larger than Venus. Jupiter is 320 times as large as the Earth in mass. Saturn is somewhat smaller than Jupiter. Uranus and Neptune, though large planets, are not as large as Jupiter and Saturn. Pluto is quite small as Mercury. The first difficulty of the tidal hypothesis lies in the very point adduced in its support, the mass of the planets. Between the Earth and Jupiter there revolves a small planet, Mars, a 10th part of the Earth in mass, where, according to the scheme, a planet 10 to 50 times as large as the Earth should be expected. Again, Neptune is larger and not smaller than Uranus. Another difficulty is the allegedly rare chance of an encounter between two stars. One of the authors of the tidal theory gave this estimate of its probability. You remember the load of dust, the Burnham model? Two specks of dust, 4.5 miles apart, the sun and its nearest star. It's amazing when you look at it that way. At a rough estimate, we may suppose that a given star's chance of forming a planetary system is 1 in 5. That would be millions, billions, trillions, quadrillion. See how many sets of zeros? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sets of zeros. With 5 quadrillion years. But since the lifespan of a star is much shorter than this figure, only about 1 star in 100,000 can have formed a planetary system in the whole of its life. But we know that's not true now. In the galactic system of 100 million stars, planetary systems form at a rate of about 1 per 5 billion. Our own system, with the age of the order of 2 billion years, is probably the youngest system in the whole galactic system of stars. The nebular and tidal theories alike regard the planets as derivatives of the sun, and the satellites as derivatives of the planets. The problem of the origin of the moon can be regarded as disturbing to the tidal theory. Being smaller than the Earth, the moon completed earlier the process of cooling and shrinking, and the lunar volcanoes had already ceased to be active. It is calculated that the moon possesses a lighter specific weight than the Earth. It is assumed that the moon was produced from the superficial layers of the Earth's body, which are rich in light silicon, whereas the core of the Earth, the main portion of its body, is made of heavy metals, particularly iron. But this assumption postulates the origin of the moon as not simultaneous with the origin of the Earth. The Earth, being formed out of a mass ejected from the sun, had to undergo a process of leveling, which placed the heavy metals in the core and the silicon at the periphery, before the moon parted from the Earth by a new tidal distortion. This would mean 2 consecutive tidal distortions in a system. The chance of even one is held extremely rare. If the passing of one star near another happens among 100 million stars once in 5 billion years, 2 occurrences like this for one and the same star seem quite incredible. Therefore, as no better explanation is available, the satellites are supposed to have been torn from the planets by the sun's attraction on their first perihelion passage. When sweeping along on stretched orbits, the planets came close to the sun. The circling of satellites around the planet also confronts existing cosmological theories with difficulties. Laplace built his theory on the origin of the solar system, on the assumption that all planets and satellites revolve in the same direction. He wrote that the axial rotation of the sun and the orbital revolutions and axial rotations of the 6 planets, the moon, the satellites, and the rings of Saturn present 43 movements, all in the same direction. one finds by the analysis of the probabilities that there are more than 4,000 billion chances to 1 that this arrangement is not the result of chance. This probability is considered higher than that of the reality of historical events, with regard to which no one would venture a doubt. He deduced that a common and primal cause directed the movements of the planets and satellites. Since the time of Laplace, no members of the solar system have been discovered. Now we know that though the majority of the satellites revolve in the same direction as the planets revolve, and the sun rotates, the moons of Uranus revolve in a plane almost perpendicular to the orbital plane of their planet, and 3 of the 11 moons of Jupiter, 1 of the 9 moons of Saturn, and 1 moon of Neptune revolve retrogradely. These facts contradict the main argument of the Laplace theory. A rotating nebula could not produce satellites revolving in 2 directions. The tidal theory. In the tidal theory, the direction of the planet's movement depend on the star that passed. It passed in a plane of which the planets now revolve, and in a direction which determined their circling from west to east. But why should the satellites of Uranus revolve perpendicularly to that plane and some moons of Jupiter and Saturn in reverse directions? This, the tidal theory fails to explain. Birkeland currents. According to all existing theories, the angular velocity of the revolution of a satellite must be slower than the velocity of rotation of its parent. But the inner satellite of Mars revolves more rapidly than Mars rotates. Some of the difficulties that confront the nebular and tidal theories also confront another theory that has been proposed in recent years. According to it, the Sun is supposed to have been a member of a double star system. A passing star crushed the companion of the Sun, and out of its debris planets were formed. In further development of this hypothesis, it is maintained that the larger planets were built out of the debris, and the smaller ones, the so-called terrestrial planets, were formed from the larger ones by a process of cleavage. The birth of smaller solid planets out of the larger gaseous ones is conjectured in order to explain the difference in the relation of weight to the volume in the larger and smaller planets. But this theory is unable to explain the difference in the specific weights of the smaller planets and their satellites. By a process of cleavage, the Moon was born of the Earth. But since the specific weight of the Moon is greater than that of the larger planets and smaller than that of the Earth, it would seem to be more in accord with the theory that the Earth was born of the Moon, despite its smallness. This confuses the argument. The origin of the planets and their satellites remains unsolved. The theories not only contradict one another, but each of them bears within itself its own contradictions. If the Sun had been unattended by planets, its origin and evolution would have presented no difficulties. The origin of the comets. The nebular and tidal theories endeavor to explain the origin of the solar system, but do not include the comets in their schemes. Comets are more numerous than planets. More than 60 comets are known to belong definitely to the solar system. These are the comets of short periods, less than 80 years. They revolve in stretched ellipses, and all but one do not go beyond the line marked by the orbit of Neptune. It is estimated that besides the comets of short periods, several 100,000 comets visit the solar system. However, it is not known for certain that they return periodically. They are seen presently at an approximate rate of 500 in a century, and are said to have an average period of tens of thousands of years. A few theories of the origin of comets have been proposed, but aside from one attempt to see in them planetesimals that did not receive a side pole sufficiently strong
to bring them into circular orbits. No scheme has been developed that explains the origin of the solar system in its entirety, with its planets and comets, yet no cosmic theory can persist which limits itself to the problem of either planets or comets exclusively. One theory sees in the comets errant cosmic bodies arriving from interstellar space. After approaching the Sun, they turn away on an open parabolic curve. But if they happen to pass close to one of the larger planets, they may be compelled to change their open curves to ellipses and become comets of short period. This is the theory of capture. Comets of long periods, or of no period, are dislodged from their paths to become short-period comets. What the origin of the long-period comets is remains an unanswered question. The short-period comets apparently have some relation to the larger planets. About 50 comets move between the Sun and the orbit of Jupiter. Their periods are under 9 years. 4 comets reach the orbit of Saturn. 2 comets revolve inside the circle described by Uranus, and 9 comets, with an average period of 71 years, move within the orbit of Neptune. These comprise the system of the short-period comets, as it is known at present. To the last group belongs Halley's Comet, which, among the comets of short periods, has the longest period of revolution, about 76 years. Then there is a great gap, after which there are comets that require thousands of years before they return to the Sun, if they return at all. The distribution of the short-period comets suggested the idea that they were captured by the large planets. This theory has for its support the direct observation that comets are disturbed on their path by planets. Another theory of comets supposes their origin to have been in the Sun, but in a manner unlike that conceived of in the tidal theory of the origin of planets. Mighty whirls on the surface of the Sun sweep ignited gases into great protuberances. These are observed daily. Matter is driven off from the Sun and returns to the Sun. It is calculated that if the velocity of the ejection were to exceed 384 miles per second, the speed of motion in a parabola, the matter would not return to the Sun, but would become a long-range comet. Then the path of the ejected mass might become perturbed as a result of its passage near one of the larger planets, and the comet would become one of a short period. Birth of a comet in this manner has never been observed, and the probability that matter in explosion may reach a speed of 384 miles per second is highly questionable. It was therefore supposed, alternatively, that millions of years ago, when the activity of their gaseous masses was more dynamic, the large planets expelled comets from their bodies. The speed required for the ejected mass to overcome the gravitational pull of the ejecting body is less in the case of the planets than in the case of the Sun, owing to their being smaller. Gravitational pull. It is calculated that a mass hurled from Jupiter at a speed of about 38 miles per second, or at only a little more than a third of this velocity in the case of Neptune, would become expelled. This variant of the theory neglects the question of the origin of the long-period comets. However, explanation was offered, according to which the large planets throw the comets that pass close to them from their short orbits into elongated ones, or even expel them entirely from the solar system. When passing close to the Sun, comets emit tails. It is assumed that the material of the tail does not return to the comet's head, but is dispersed in space. Consequently, the comets, as luminous bodies, must have a limited life. If Halley's Comet, or Halley's Comet, whichever you prefer, has pursued its present orbit since Precambrian times, it must have grown and lost 8 million tails. Well, that's a long time, which seems improbable. If comets are wasted, their number in the solar system must permanently diminish, and no comet of short period could have preserved its tail since geological times. But as there are many luminous comets of short period, they must have been produced or acquired at some time when other members of the system, the planets and the satellites, were already in their places. A theory has been offered that once the solar system moved through a nebula and obtained its comets there, but that's just a surmise that could never be proven or disproven. Did the sun emit planets by shrinkage, or by tide, or in comets by explosion? Did the comets come from interstellar space? And were they captured into the solar system by larger planets? Did the larger planets produce the smaller planets by cleavage? Or did they expel the short-period comets from their bodies? It is admitted that we cannot know the truth about the origin of the planetary and cometary systems billions of years ago. The problem of the origin and development of the solar system suffers from the label speculative. It is frequently said that as we were not there when the system was formed, we cannot legitimately arrive at any idea of how it was formed. The most we can do, it is believed, is to investigate one planet, the one under our feet, in order to learn its past, and then, by the deductive method, to apply results to other members of the solar system. End of chapter. I think that the comets, many of them could have been caused by the dynamic electric situation that existed when the planets were closer together. That's just what I think. Thanks for listening. Worlds in Collision, Chapter 2. Planet Earth. The planet Earth has a stony shell, the lithosphere. It consists of igneous rock, like granite and basalt, with sedimentary rock on top. The igneous rock is the original crust of the Earth. Sedimentary rock is deposited by water. The inner composition of the Earth is not known. The propagation of seismic waves gives support to the assumption that the shell of the Earth is over 2,000 miles thick on a basis of the gravitational effect of mountain masses, the theory of isostasy. The shell is estimated to be only 60 miles thick. The preference of iron in the shell, or the migration of heavy metals from the core to the shell, has not been sufficiently explained. For these metals to have left the core, they must have been ejected by explosions. And in order to remain spread through the crust, the explosions must have been followed immediately by cooling. If in the beginning the planet was a hot conglomerate of elements, as the nebular as well as the tidal theories assume, then the iron of the globe should have become oxidized and combined with all available oxygen. But for some unknown reason, this did not take place. Thus, the presence of oxygen in the terrestrial atmosphere is unexplained. The water of the oceans contains a large amount of soluble sodium chloride, common salt. Sodium might have been from rocks eroded by rain, but rocks are poor in chlorine, and the proportion of sodium and chlorine in seawater calls for 50 times more chlorine in the igneous rock than it actually contains. The deep strata of igneous rock contains no signs of fossil life. Increased in sedimentary rock are skeletons of marine and land animals, often many layers, one upon the other. Not infrequently, igneous rock is found protruding into sedimentary rock, or even covering it in large areas, pointing to successive eruptions of igneous rock that became heated and molten after there was life on Earth. Upon strata which shows no signs of fossil life are strata containing shells, and sometimes the shells are so numerous as to constitute the entire mass of the rock. They are often found in the hardest rock. Higher strata contain skeletons of land animals, often of extinct species, and not infrequently. Above the strata with the remains of land animals are other strata with marine fauna. The species of the animals, and even their genera, change with the strata. The strata often assume an oblique position, sometimes being almost vertical. Frequently, they are faulted and overturned in many ways. Cuvier, 1769 to 1832, the founder of vertebrate paleontology, or the science of petrified skeletons of animals possessing vertebrae, from fish to man, was much impressed by the picture presented by the sequence of the layers of earth. When the traveler passes over these fertile plains, where gently flowing streams nourish in their course an abundant vegetation, and where soil inhabited by numerous population, adorned with flourishing villages, opulent cities, and superb monuments, is never disturbed by the ravages of war or by the oppression of the powerful. He is not led to suspect that nature also has had her intestine wars, and that the surface of the globe has been broken up by revolutions and catastrophes. But his ideas change soon as he digs into the soil, which now presents so peaceful an aspect. Cuvier thought that great catastrophes had taken place on Earth, repeatedly, changing seabeds into continents and continents into seabeds. He held that genera and species were unchangeable since creation. But observing different animal remains in various levels of Earth, he concluded that catastrophes must have annihilated life in vast areas, leaving the ground for other forms of life. Where did these genera come from? Either they were newly created, or, more likely, they migrated from other parts of the world, which were not at the time also visited by cataclysms. He could not find the cause of these cataclysms. He saw in their traces the problem in geology. It is of most importance to solve, but he realized that in order to resolve it satisfactorily, it would be necessary to discover the cause of these events, an undertaking which presents a difficulty of quite a different kind. He knew only of many fruitless attempts already made, and he did not find himself able to offer a solution. These ideas have haunted, I may almost say have tormented me during my researches among fossil bones. Cuvier's theory of stabilized forms of life and annihilating catastrophes was supplanted by a theory of evolution in geology, Lyell, and biology, Darwin. The mountains are what is left of plateaus eroded by wind and water in a very slow process. Sedimentary rock is detritus of igneous rock eroded by rain, then carried to the sea, and there slowly deposited. Skeletons of birds and of land animals in these rocks are presumed to have belonged to animals that waded close to the shore of the sea in shallow water, died while wading, and were covered in sediment before fish destroyed their cadavers, or the water separated the bones of their skeletons. No widespread catastrophes disrupted the slow and steady process. The theory of evolution, which can be traced to Aristotle, and which was the teaching of Lamarck in the days of Cuvier and Darwin after him, has been generally accepted as truth by natural sciences. For almost 100 years, sedimentary rock covers high mountains, and the highest of all, the Himalayas. Shells and skeletons of sea animals are found there. This means that at some early time, fish swam over these mountains. What caused the mountains to rise? A force pushing from within, or pulling from without, or twisting on the sides must have elevated the mountains and lifted continents from the bottom of the sea and submerged other land masses. And that is scary. If we do not know what these forces are, we cannot answer the problem of the origin of the mountains and of continents wherever on the globe we are faced with it. Here is how the question is put concerning the eastern coast of North America. Not long ago, in a geological sense, the flat plain from New Jersey to Florida was under the sea. At that time, the ocean surf broke directly on the old Appalachian Mountains. Previously, the southeastern part of the mountain structure had sunk below the sea and become covered with a layer of sand and mud, thickened seaward. The wedge-like mass of marine sediments was then uplifted and cut into by rivers, giving the Atlantic coastal plain of the United States. Why was it uplifted? To the westward are the Appalachians. The geologist tells us of the stressful times when a belt of rocks extending from Alabama to Newfoundland was jammed, thrust together to make this mountain system. Why? How was it done? In former times, the sea flooded the region of the Great Plains from Mexico to Alaska and then withdrew. Why this change? The birth of the Cordilleras, again the mystery of mountain making clamors for solution, and so on, all over the world. The Himalayas were under the sea. Now Eurasia is 3 miles or more above the bottom of the Pacific. Why? The problem of mountain making is a vexing one. Many of them, mountains, are composed, tangentially compressed, and overthrust rocks that indicate scores of miles of circumferential shortening in the Earth's crust. Radial shrinkage is woefully inadequate to cause the observed amount of horizontal compression. Therein lies the perplexity of the problem of mountain making. Geologists have not yet found a satisfactory escape from this dilemma. Even authors of textbooks confess their ignorance. Why have sea floors of remote periods become the lofty highlands of today? What generates the enormous forces that bend, break, and mash the rocks in mountain zones? These questions still await satisfactory answers. The process of raising the mountains is supposed to have been very slow and gradual. On the other hand, it is clear that igneous rock, already hard, had to become fluid in order to penetrate sedimentary rock or cover it. It is not known what initiated this process, but it is asserted that it must have happened long before man appeared on Earth. So when skulls of early man are found in late deposits, or skulls of modern man are found together with bones of extinct animals in early deposits, difficult problems are presented, occasionally also during mining operations. A human skull is found in the middle of a mountain, under a thick cover of basalt or granite, like the Calaveras skull from California. Human remains and human artifacts of bone, polished stone, or pottery are found under great deposits of till and gravel, sometimes under as much as 100 feet. The origin of clay, sand, and gravel on igneous and sedimentary rock offers a problem. The theory of ice ages was put forth 1840 to explain this and other enigmatic phenomena. As for north as Spitsbergen, the polar circle, at some time in the past, coral reefs were formed, which do not occur except in tropical regions. Palms also grew on Spitsbergen. The regions, the continent of Antarctica, which today
Has not a single tree on it.
must have been covered at one time by forests, since it has coal deposits. As we see, the planet Earth is full of secrets. We have not come closer to solving the problem of the origin of the solar system by investigating the planet under our feet. On the contrary, we have found many other unsolved problems concerning the lithosphere, hydrosphere, and atmosphere of the Earth. Shall we be more fortunate if we try to understand the process that caused the changes on the globe
In the most recent geological epoch, the time of the last glacial period, close to the time which is regarded as historic? Ice Ages. Not many thousands of years ago, we were taught great areas of Europe and North America were covered by glaciers. Perpetual ice lay not only on the slopes of high mountains, but loaded itself in heavy masses upon continents, even in moderate latitudes. Where today the Hudson, the Elbe, and the upper Dnieper flow, there were then frozen deserts. They were like the immense glacier of Greenland that covers that island. There are signs that a retreat of the glaciers was interrupted by new massing of ice, and their borders differed at various times. Geologists are able to find the boundaries of the glaciers. Ice moves very slowly, pushing stones before it, and accumulations of stones, or moraines, remained when glacier retreats melting away. Traces have been found of 5 or 6 consecutive displacements of the ice sheet during the Ice Age, or of 5 or 6 glacial periods. Some force repeatedly pushed the ice sheet toward moderate latitude. Neither the cause of the Ice Ages nor the cause of the retreat of the ice desert is known. The time of these retreats is also a matter of speculation. Many ideas were offered and guesses made to explain how the glacial epochs originated and why they terminated. Some supposed that the sun, at different times, emits more or less heat, which causes periods of heat and cold on Earth. But no evidence that the sun is such a variable star was adduced to support this hypothesis. Others conjectured that cosmic space has warmer and colder areas, and that when our solar system travels through the cooler areas, ice descends upon the latitudes close to the tropics. But no physical agents were found responsible for such hypothetical cold and warm areas in space. A few wondered whether the precession of the equinoxes, or the slow change in the direction of the terrestrial axis, might cause periodic variation in the climate. But it has shown that the difference in isolation could not have been great enough to have been responsible for glacial ages. Still others thought to find the answer with glaciation at the maximal eccentricity. Some of them supposed that winter in aphelion, the remotest part of the ecliptic, would cause glaciation, and some thought that summer in aphelion would produce that effect. Some scholars thought about the changes in position of the terrestrial axis. If the planet Earth is rigid, it is regarded to be L. Kelvin. The axis could not have shifted in geological times by more than 3 degrees. George Darwin. If it were elastic, it would have shifted up to 10 or 15 degrees in a very slow process. The cause of the ice ages was seen by a few scholars in the decrease of the original heat of the planet. The warm periods between the ice ages were attributed to the heat set free by a hypothetical decomposition of organisms in the strata, those to the surface of the ground. The increase and decrease in the action of warm springs were also considered. Others suppose that dust of volcanic origin filled the terrestrial atmosphere and hindered insolation, or, contrariwise, that an increased content of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere obstructed the reflection of heat rays from the surface of the planet. A decrease in the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere would cause a fall of temperature, Arrhenius. But calculations were made to show that this could not be the real cause of the glacial ages, Angstrom. Changes in the direction of warm currents in the Atlantic Ocean were brought into the discussion, and the Isthmus of Panama was theoretically removed to allow the Gulf Stream to pass into the Pacific at the time of the glacial periods. But it was proved that two oceans were already divided in the Ice Age. Besides, a part of the Gulf Stream would have remained in the Atlantic anyway. The periodic retreats of ice between the glacial periods would have required periodic removal and replacement of the Isthmus of Panama. Other theories of equally hypothetical nature were proposed, but the phenomena held responsible for the changes have not been proved to have existed, or to have been able to produce the effect. All the above-mentioned theories and hypotheses fail if they cannot meet a most important condition. In order for ice masses to have been formed, increased precipitation must have taken place. This requires an increased amount of water vapor in the atmosphere, which is the result of increased evaporation from the surface of oceans. But this could be caused by heat only. A number of scientists pointed out this fact and even calculated that in order to produce a sheet of ice as large as that of the Ice Age, the surface of all of the oceans must have evaporated to a depth of many feet. Such an evaporation of oceans followed by a quick process of freezing, even in moderate latitudes, would have produced the Ice Ages. The problem is, what could have caused the evaporation and immediately subsequent freezing as the cause of such quick alternation of heating and freezing of large parts of the globe is not apparent. It is conceded that at present the cause of excessive ice making on the lands remains a baffling mystery, a major question for the future reader of Earth's riddles. Not only are the causes of the appearance and later disappearance of the glacial sheet unknown, that the geographical shape of the area covered by ice is also a problem. Why would the glacial sheet in the southern hemisphere move from the tropical regions of Africa toward the solar polar region and not the opposite direction? And similarly, why in the northern hemisphere did ice move in India from the equator toward the Himalaya mountains and the higher latitudes? Why did the glaciers of the Ice Age cover the greater part of North America and Europe, while the north of Asia remained free? In America, the plateau of ice stretched up from latitude 40 degrees and even passed across this line in Europe. It reached latitude 50 degrees, while northeastern Siberia, above the polar circle, even at latitude 75 degrees, was not covered with this perennial ice. All hypotheses regarding increased diminished isolation due to solar alterations or the changing temperature of the cosmic space or other similar hypotheses cannot avoid being confronted with this problem. Glaciers are formed in regions of eternal snow. For this reason, they remain on the slopes of the high mountains. The north of Siberia is the coldest place in the world. Why did not the Ice Age touch this region, whereas it visited the basin of the Mississippi and all Africa south of the equator? No satisfactory solution to this question has been proposed.
The Mammoths. Northeast Siberia, which was not covered by ice in the Ice Age, conceals another enigma. The climate there has apparently changed drastically since the end of the Ice Age, and the yearly temperature has dropped many degrees below its previous level. Animals once lived in this region that do not live there now, and plants grew there that are ungrowable now. The change must have occurred quite suddenly. The cause of this, Climasters, has not been explained. In this catastrophic change of climate, and under mysterious circumstances, all the mammoths of Siberia perished. The mammoth belonged to the family of elephants. Its tusks were sometimes as much as 10 feet long. Its teeth were highly developed, and their density was greater than in any other stage in the evolution of the elephants. Apparently, they did not succumb in the struggle for survival as an unfit product of evolution. The extinction of the mammoth is thought to have coincided with the end of the last glacial period. Tusks of mammoth have been found in large amounts in northeastern Siberia. This well-preserved ivory has been an object of export to China and Europe ever since the Russian conquest of Siberia, and was exploited in even earlier times. In modern times, the ivory market of the world still found its main source of supply in the tundras of northeast Siberia. In 1799, the frozen bodies of mammoths were found in these tundras. The corpses were well preserved, and the sled dogs ate the flesh unharmed. The flesh is fibrous and marbled, with fat, and looks as fresh as well-frozen beef. What was the cause of their death and the extinction of their race? Cuvier wrote of the extinction of the mammoths: repeated eruptions and retreats of the sea have neither all been slow nor gradual. On the contrary, most of the catastrophes which have occasioned them have been sudden, and this is especially easy to be proved with regard to the last of these catastrophes, that which, by a twofold motion, has inundated and afterwards laid dry our present continents, or at least a part of the land which forms them. At the present day, in the northern regions, it has left the carcasses of large quadrupeds which became enveloped in the ice, and have thus been preserved, even to our own times, with their skin, their hair, and their flesh. If they had not been frozen as soon as killed, they would have been decomposed by putrefaction. And on the other hand, this eternal frost could not previously have occupied the places in which they have been seized by it, for they could not have lived in such a temperature. It was, therefore, at one and the same moment that these animals were destroyed, and the country which they inhabited became covered with ice. This event has been sudden, instantaneous, without any gradation, so with reference to those which have preceded it. The theory of repeated catastrophes annihilating life on this planet, and repeated creations or restorations of life, offered by Dulac and expanded on by Cuvier, did not convince the scientific world, like Lamarck before Cuvier. Darwin, after him, thought that an exceedingly slow evolutional process governs genetics, and that there were no catastrophes interrupting these processes of infinitesimal changes. According to the theory of evolution, these minute changes came as a result of adaptation to living conditions and the struggle of the species for survival, like the theories of Lamarck and Darwin, which postulate slow changes in animals with tens of thousands of years required for a minute step in evolution. The geological theories of the 19th century and of the 20th century as well regard the geological processes as exceedingly slow and dependent on erosion by rain, wind, and tides. Darwin admitted that he was unable to find an explanation for the extermination of the mammoth, an animal better developed than the elephant, which survived. But in conformity with the theory of evolution, his followers supposed that a gradual sinking of the land forced the mammoths to the hills, where they found themselves isolated by marshes. However, geological processes are slow. The mammoths would not have been trapped on the isolated hills. Besides, this theory cannot be true because the animals did not die of starvation. In their stomachs and between their teeth, undigested grass and leaves were found. This, too, proves that they died from a sudden cause. Further investigation showed that the leaves and the twigs found in their stomachs do not grow in the regions where the animals died, far to the south, 1,000 or more miles away. It is apparent that the climate has changed radically since the death of the mammoths, as the bodies of the animals were found not decomposed but well preserved in the blocks of ice. The change in temperature must have followed their death very closely, or even caused it. There remains to be added after storms in the Arctic. Tusks of mammoths are washed up on the shores of Arctic islands. This proves that a part of the land where the mammoths lived and were drowned is covered by the Arctic Ocean.
The Ice Age and the Antiquity of Man. The mammoth lived in the Age of Man. Man pictured it on the walls of caves. Remains of men have repeatedly been found in Central Europe together with the remains of mammoths. Occasionally, the settlements of Neolithic man of Europe are found strewn with the bones of mammoths. Man moved southward when Europe was covered with ice, and returned when the ice retreated. Historical man witnessed great variation in climate. The man of Siberia, the meat of which is still fresh, is supposed to have been destroyed at the end of the last glacial period, simultaneously with the mammoths of Europe and Alaska. If this is so, the Siberian mammoth was also the contemporary of a rather modern man. At the time when Europe, close to the ice sheet, man was still in the later stages of Neolithic culture. In the Near and Middle East, the region of the great cultures of antiquity, he may already have progressed well into the Metal Age. There exists no chronological table of Neolithic culture because the art of writing was invented approximately at the advent of the copper, the early period of the Bronze Age. It is presumed that the Neolithic man of Europe left pictures but no inscriptions, and consequently there are no means of determining the end of the Ice Age in terms of chronology. Geologists have tried to find the time of the end of the last glacial period by measuring the detritus carried by rivers from the glaciers and the deposits of detritus in lakes, the quantity carried by the Rhone from the glaciers of the Alps, and the amount on the bottom of Lake Geneva through which the Rhone flows were calculated, and from the figures obtained the time and velocity of the retreat of the glacial sheet of the last glacial period were estimated. According to the Swiss scholar Francis Forel, 12,000 years have passed since the time the ice sheet of the last glacial period began to melt, an unexpectedly low figure, as it was thought that the Ice Age ended 30 to 50,000 years ago. Such calculations suffer from being only indirect evaluations, and since the velocity at which the glacial mud had been deposited in the lakes was not constant and the amount varied, the mud must have assembled on the bottom of the lake at a faster rate in the beginning when the glaciers were larger, and if the Ice Age terminated suddenly, the deposition of detritus would have been much heavier at first, and there would be little analogy to the accumulation of detritus from the seasonal melting of snow in the Alps. Therefore, the time that has elapsed since the end of the last glacial period must have been even shorter than reckoned. Geologists regard the Great Lakes of America as having been formed at the end of the Ice Age, when continental glacier retreated and the depressions freed from glacier became lakes. In the last 200 years, Niagara Falls has retreated from Lake Ontario toward Lake Erie at a rate of about 5 feet annually, washing down the rocks of the bed of the falls. This process has been going on at the same rate since the end of the last glacial period. About 7,000 years were needed to move Niagara Falls from the mouth of the gorge at the Queenston to its present position. The assumption that the quantity of water moving through the gorge has been uniform since the end of the Ice Age is the basis of this calculation, and therefore it has concluded 7,000 years may constitute the maximum length of time since the birth of the falls. In the beginning, when immense masses of water were released by the retreat of the continental glacier, the rate of movement of Niagara Falls must have been much more rapid. The time estimate may need significant reduction, and is sometimes lowered to 5,000 years. The erosion and sedimentation of the shores and the bottom of Lake Michigan also suggest a lapse of time counted in thousands, but not in tens of thousands of years. Also, the result of paleontological research in America carries evidence which constitutes a guarantee that before the last period of glaciation, modern man in the form of that highly developed race, the American Indian, was living on the eastern seaboard of North America. It is assumed that with the advent of the last glacial period, the Indians retreated southward, returning to the north when the ice uncovered the ground, and when the Great Lakes emerged, the basin of St. Lawrence was formed, and Niagara Falls began its retreat toward Lake Erie. If the end of the last glacial period occurred only a few thousand years ago, in historical times, or at a time when the art of writing may have been already employed in the centers of ancient civilization, the records written in the rocks by nature and the records written by man must give a coordinated picture. Let us therefore investigate the traditions and the literary records of ancient man and compare them with the records of nature. The world ages. A conception of ages that were brought to their end by violent changes in nature is common all over the world. The number of ages differs from people to people and tradition to tradition. The difference depends on the number of catastrophes that the particular people retained in its memory, or on the way it reckoned the end of an age. In the annals of ancient Etruria, according to Varro, were records of 7 elapsed ages. Censorinus, the author of the 3rd Christian century and compiler of Varro, wrote that men thought that different prodigies appeared by means of which the gods notified mortals at the end of each age. The Etruscans were versed in the science of the stars, and after having observed the prodigies with attention, they recorded these observations in their books. The Greeks had similar traditions. Where is a period, wrote Censorinus, called the supreme year by Aristotle, at the end of which the sun, the moon, and all the planets return to their original position. This supreme year has a great winter, called by the Greeks cataclysmos, which means deluge, and a great summer, called by the Greeks
equiphosis, or combustion of the world. The world actually seems to be inundated and burned alternately in each of these epochs. Anaximensis and Anaximander in the 6th pre-Christian century, and Diogenes of Apollonia in the 5th century, assumed the destruction of the world with subsequent reaction. Heraclitus, minus 540 to minus 475, taught that the world is destroyed in conflagration after every period of 10,800 years. Aristarchus of Samos in the 3rd century before the present era taught that in a period of 2,484 years, the earth undergoes two destructions, the combustion and deluge. The Stoics generally believed in periodic conflagrations, by which the world was consumed to be shaped anew. This is due to the forces of ever-active fire which exist in things, and in the course of long cycles of time resolves everything into itself, and out of it is constructed a reborn world. So Philo presented the notion of the Stoics that our world is refashioned in periodic conflagrations. In one such catastrophe, the world will meet its ultimate destruction. Colliding with another world, it will fall apart into atoms, out of which, in a long process, a new earth will be created somewhere in the universe. Democritus and Epicurus explained. Philo postulate many worlds, the origin of which they ascribe to the mutual impacts of interlacing of atoms, and their destruction to the counterblows and collisions by the bodies so formed. As this earth goes to its ultimate destruction, it passes through recurring cosmic catastrophes and is reformed with all that lives on it. Hesiod, one of the earliest Greek authors, wrote about 4 ages and 4 generations of men that were destroyed by the wrath of the planetary gods. The 3rd age, the age of bronze, when it was destroyed by Zeus. A 3rd generation repeopled the earth, and using bronze for arms and tools, they began to use iron too. Heroes of the Trojan War were of this 4th generation. Then a new destruction was decreed, and after that came yet another generation, the 5th, of men who are upon the bounteous earth. The generation of iron, in another work of his, Hesiod described the end of one of the ages. The life-giving earth crashed around in burning. All the land seethed, and the ocean streams. It seemed even as if earth and the wide heaven above came together. For such a mighty crash would have arisen if earth were being hurled to ruin, and heaven from on high were hurling her down. Analogous traditions of 4 expired ages persist on the shores of the Bengal Sea and in the highland of Tibet. The present age is the 5th. The sacred Hindu book Bhagavad Purana tells of 4 ages and of pralayas, or cataclysms, which in various epochs mankind was nearly destroyed. The 5th age is that of the present. The world ages are called kalpas, or yugas. Each world age met its destruction in catastrophes of conflagration, flood, and hurricane. Isur Vedam, or Bhagavatam, sacred Hindu hooks, keeping to the scheme of 4 expired ages, differ only in the number of years ascribed to each. In the chapter World Cycles, in Visuddhimagga, it is said that there are 3 destructions: the destruction by water, destruction by fire, and destruction by wind, but that there are 7 ages, each of which is separated from the previous one by a world catastrophe. Reference to ages and catastrophes is found in Avesta, Zendavesta, the sacred scriptures of Mazdaism, the ancient religion of the Persians. Bahman Yast, one of the books of Avesta, counts 7 world ages or millennia. Zarathustra, or Zoroaster, the prophet of Mazdaism, speaks of the signs of wonders and perplexity which are manifested in the world at the end of each millennium. The Chinese call the perished ages Kiss, and number 10 Kiss from the beginning of the world, until Confucius, in the ancient Chinese encyclopedia Sing Li Ta Sien Chao, the general convulsions of nature are discussed. Because of the periodicity of these convulsions, the span of time between two catastrophes is regarded as a great year. As during a year, so during a world age, the cosmic mechanism winds itself up, and in a general convulsion of nature, the sea is carried out of its bed. Mountains spring out of the ground. Rivers change their course. Human beings and everything are ruined, and the ancient traces effaced. An old tradition, and a very persistent one, of world ages that went down in cosmic catastrophes was found in the Americas among the Incas, the Aztecs, and the Mayas. A major part of stone inscriptions found in Yucatan refer to world catastrophes. The most ancient of these fragments, calendar stones of Yucatan, refer in general to great catastrophes which at intervals and repeatedly convulsed the American continent, and of which all nations of this continent have preserved a more or less distinct memory. Codices of Mexico and Indian authors who composed the annals of their past give a prominent place to the tradition of world catastrophes that decimated humankind and changed the face of the earth. In the chronicles of the Mexican kingdom, it is said, the ancients knew, before the present sky and earth were formed, man was already created and life had manifested itself 4 times. A tradition of successive creations and catastrophes is found in the Pacific, on Hawaii, and on the islands of Polynesia. There were 9 ages, and in each age a different sky was above the earth. Icelanders, too, believed that Greg, 9 worlds went down in a succession of ages. A tradition YouTube, Greg, and that is contained in the Edda. The rabbinical conception of ages crystallized in the post-exilic period. Already before the birth of our earth, worlds had been shaped and brought into existence only to be destroyed in time. He made several worlds before ours, but he destroyed them all. This earth, too, was not created at the beginning to satisfy the divine plan. It underwent reshaping 6 consecutive remoldings. New traditions were created after each of the catastrophes. On the 4th earth lived the generation of the Tower of Babel. We belong to the 7th age. Each of the ages or earths has a name. 7 heavens were created, and 7 earths were created. The most removed, the 7th. Eretz, the 6th. Adama, the 5th. Arka, the 4th. Haraba, the 3rd. Yeshiba, the 2nd. Tevel, and our own land called Helid. And like the others, it is separated from the foregoing by abyss, chaos, and water. Great catastrophes changed the face of the earth. Some perished by deluge. Others were consumed by conflagration, wrote the Jewish philosopher Philo. According to the rabbinical authority Rashi, ancient tradition knows of periodic collapses of the firmament, one of which occurred in the days of the deluge, and which repeated themselves at intervals of 1,656 years. The duration of world ages varies in Armenian and Arabian traditions. And we will continue with worlds in collision. This is the one that put them on the map. It put mainstream science on its ear in 1950. It battled them right on through the 60s and 70s.
The Sun Ages. An oft-repeated occurrence in the tradition of world ages is the advent of the new sun in the sky at the beginning of every age. The word sun is substituted for the word age. In the cosmogonical traditions of many peoples all over the world. The Mayas counted their ages by the names of the consecutive suns. These are called water sun, earthquake sun, hurricane sun, fire sun. These suns mark the epochs to which are attributed the various catastrophes the world has suffered. Ixtlilxochtl, 1568 to 1648, the native Indian scholar, in his Animals of the Kings of Tezcuco, described the world ages by the names of the suns. The water sun, or sun of waters, was the first age, terminated by a deluge in which almost all creatures perished. The earthquake sun, or age, perished in a terrific earthquake. Earth broke up in many places. Mountains fell. The world age of the hurricane sun came to its destruction in a cosmic hurricane. The fire sun was the world age that went down in a rain of fire. The nations of Culha, or Mexico, Humboldt quoted Gomara, the Spanish writer of the 16th century, believed, according to their hieroglyphic paintings, that previous to the sun, which now enlightens them, 4 had already been successfully extinguished. These 4 suns are as many ages, in which our species has been annihilated by inundations, by earthquakes, by general conflagration, and by the effect destroying tempests. Every one of the 4 elements participated in each of the catastrophes. Deluge, hurricane, earthquake, and fire gave their names to the catastrophes because of the predominance of one of them in the upheavals. Symbols of the successive suns are pointed on the pre-Columbian literary documents of Mexico. Cinco soles que son dedes, or 5 suns that are epics, wrote Gomara in his description of the conquest of Mexico. An analogy to this sentence of Gomara may be found in Lucius Simpelius, a Roman author, who in his book Liber Memoralis wrote, "Soles figure quinque." There were 5 suns. In this, the same belief that Gomara found in the New World. The Mexican annals of, and all these names, I apologize if I can't pronounce them right, of Caotitlan, written in Nahu Indian circa 1570, and based on ancient sources, contains the tradition of 7 sun epochs. Xican and Tonatiuh, or the 7 suns, is the designation for the world cycles or acts in the cosmic drama. The Buddhist sacred book of Visuddhimagga contains a chapter on world cycles. There are 3 destructions: the destruction by water, the destruction by fire, the destruction by wind. After the catastrophe of the deluge, and now a long period has elapsed from the cessation of the rains, a second sun appeared. In the interim, the world was enveloped in gloom. When this second sun appears, there is no distinction of day and night, but an incessant heart beats upon the world. When the 5th sun appeared, the ocean gradually dried up. When the 6th sun appeared, the whole world became filled with smoke. After the lapse of another long period, a 7th sun appears, and the whole world breaks into flames. This Buddhist book refers also to a more ancient discourse on the 7 suns. The Brahmins called the epochs between 2 destructions the great days. The Sibylline books recite the ages in which the world underwent destruction and regeneration. The Sibyl told as follows: the 9 suns are 9 ages. Now is the 7th sun. The Sibyl prophesies 2 ages yet to come, that of the 8th and 9th sun. The Aborigines of British North Borneo even today declare the sky was originally low, and that 6 suns perished, and at present the world is illuminated by the 7th sun. But 7 solar ages are referred to in the Mayan manuscripts, in Buddhist sacred books, in the books of the Sibyl. It's spelled S-I-B-Y-L. I'm just taking that as another way to use an I, Sibyl. In all quoted sources, the suns are explained in the sources themselves. as signifying consecutive epochs,
each of which went down in great general destruction. Did the reason for the substitution of the word sun by the peoples of both hemispheres lie in that changed appearance of the luminary
and in its path in each epoch as its world age?
good stuff? All right. I think we got a little bit more. There. That's how slow light leaves right there. There's no way that Earth, oops, I keep leaving more light pulses. There's no way that Earth can orbit the sun. That's on that time scale. It would orbit it where it was 8 minutes ago. There's no way it can do that. And that is that whole thing right there. Once you can wrap your head around that, well, for me, that was the clincher. The sun and the Earth are in real time. And the galaxy is in real time. It can't. That pokey speed right there, it can't know where itself is at that speed. That's pokey. That's slow. At this rate, it'll take 8 minutes for the ring to go out from the sun and get to the Earth. So that's why the Earth has to orbit the sun in real time. If you would have no order at all, if this was orbiting this where it was 8 minutes ago, it just wouldn't make sense. Neither would the galaxy. So that's a huge point in the electric universe's favor. Amazing how easy it is to see once you see it. And it just keeps getting better. All you got to do is look at the evidence in anything. Sagan gets away with a statement like that, but if Velikovsky had made that statement, they would have ran him out of town. When this ends, I'm going to come see the board. In chat on my phone, I'm Nathan, so I chat when I can. I'm trying to make sure I catch all the stuff. Yeah, I do too. Yeah, I do too, Edusa. I call it my Viking song. We'll wait for it to change. It should, because it's not. Okay, before we go any further, just going to have a look-see at the chat box. It's looking good. We've been around right up late, high 50s, low 60s all night. Can't seem to get past 63. How's everybody doing? Are you guys okay with Worlds in Collision? You want to see something else? You want I was just going to go right on to the next chapter. You know, they're not going to be as long. Those are the 2 longest videos. I was doing chapters, you know. Incognito. Oh, I got a song called Incognito. Rutger, Ricky, hello Ricky. I'm glad you made it. I noticed you didn't get an invite again. Gerald Wagster, hello Gerald. Ruker Sturm. Always have to take a double look when I see that name. Roy Rush. Kind of makes me feel drunk. Ray Carr, my buddy, holding down the fort for me. Thank you, Ray Carr. He is just one big, huge help. He helped me set up my Discord channel. Couldn't have did it without you, buddy. Edusa, my partner. How you doing? Are you gonna come chat? Come on in here. Say hello to the bad guy. I should have had that drop. You digging it, Nesson? Good, good deal. Lost the volume. Okay. Wait a minute. Let me see my mic. I can turn up a little bit. I was just gonna chat a little bit with Edusa if you wanted to come over here and we could talk about the Earth. Or we can play another video and talk about it after. I just don't want anybody to, you know, it's a lot to soak in. Sorry about that. Sinus, nighttime. It's a lot to soak in, you know. I know it might be a overload. I don't want you to feel like you're drinking out of a fire hose. Is that better? Okay, that's cool. How about that thing on Tesla? I'm getting into that. I found some more material. I just didn't have time to present it tonight. I'll get that out as soon as I can. My volume is better, you say. That's good. That's good. So I guess Edusa was going to join me, but he isn't here yet. So, hey, Grouch. Grouch is here, but I can't hear him. Holloway? Is Holloway here? I see you're on. Well, let's play the next video. And then... I'm sorry. My sinuses are just awful tonight. We'll hopefully chat after. Okay.
The most incredible story of miracles is told about Joshua ben Nun who, when pursuing the Canaanite kings at Beth Horon, implored the sun and the moon to stand still. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, Stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou, moon, in the valley of Ajalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is not this written in the book of Jasher? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven and hasted not to go down about a whole day. Joshua 10:12.
Chapter
13. This story is beyond the belief of even the most imaginative or the most pious person. Waves of a stormy sea may have drowned one host and been merciful to another. The earth could crack asunder and swallow up human
beings.
The Jordan could be blocked by a slice of its bank falling into the bed of the river. Jericho's walls not by the blast of trumpets, but by an incidental earthquake could have been breached. But that the sun and the moon should
have halted in their movement across the firmament. This could only be the product of fancy, a poetic image, a metaphor, a hideous implausibility, when imposed as a subject for belief, a matter for scorn. It manifests even a want of reverence for the Supreme Being. According to the knowledge of our age, not the age when the book of Joshua or of Jasher was written, this could have happened if the earth had ceased for a time to roll along its prescribed path. Is such a disturbance conceivable? No record of the slightest confusion is registered in the present annals of the earth. Each year consists of 365 days, 5 hours, and 49 minutes. A departure of the earth from its regular rotation is thinkable, but only in the very improbable event that our planet should meet another heavenly body of sufficient mass to disrupt the eternal path of our world. It is true that aerolites and meteorites reach our Earth continually, sometimes by the thousands and
tens of thousands, but no dislocation of our precise turning round and round has ever been perceived.
Greg,
this does not mean that a larger body or a larger number of bodies could not strike the terrestrial sphere. The large number of asteroids between the orbits of the planets Mars and Jupiter suggests that at some unknown time another planet revolved there. Now only these meteorites follow approximately the path along which the destroyed planet circled the sun. Possibly a comet ran into it and shattered it. That a comet may strike our planet is not very probable, but the idea is not absurd. The heavenly mechanism works with almost absolute precision. But unstable, their way lost, comets by the thousands, by the millions, revolve in the sky. Their interference may disturb the harmony. Some of these comets belong to our system. Periodically they return, but not at very exact intervals, owing to the perturbations caused by the gravitation toward the larger planets when they fly too close to them. But innumerable other comets, often seen only through the telescope, come flying in from immeasurable spaces of the universe at very great speed and disappear, possibly forever. Some comets are visible only for hours, some for days or weeks or even months.
Might it happen that our Earth, the Earth under our feet, would roll toward a perilous collision with a huge mass of meteorites, a trail of stones flying at enormous speed around and across our solar system? This probability was analyzed with fervor during the last century. From the time of Aristotle, who asserted that a meteorite, which fell at Aigos Ptolemy when a comet was glowing in the sky, had been lifted from the ground by the wind and carried in the air and dropped over that place, until the year 1803 when, on April 26, a shower of meteorites fell at L'Aigle
in France, and was investigated by Bayat for the French Academy of Sciences, the scholarly world, and in the meantime there lived Copernicus, Galileo Galilei, Kepler, Newton, and Huygens, did not believe that such a thing as a stone falling from the sky was possible at all. And this despite many occasions when stones fell before the eyes of a crowd, as did the aerolite in the presence of Emperor Maximilian and his court Einschisheim, Alsace, on November 7, 1492. Only shortly before 1803, the Academy of Sciences of Paris refused to believe that, on another occasion, stones had fallen from the sky. The fall of meteorites on July 24, 1790, in southwest France was pronounced un phenomenon physiquement impossible. 4. Since the year 1803, however, scholars have believed that stones fall from the sky. If a stone can collide with the Earth, and occasionally a shower of stones, 2. Cannot a full-size comet fly into the face of the Earth? It was calculated that such a possibility exists, but that it is very unlikely to occur. If the head of a comet should pass very close to our path, so as to effect a distortion in the career of the Earth, another phenomenon besides the disturbed movement of the planet would probably occur. A rain of meteorites would strike the Earth and would increase to a torrent. Stones scorched by flying through the atmosphere would be hurled on home and head. In the book of Joshua, 2 verses before the passage about the sun was suspended on high for a number of hours without moving to the Occident, we find this passage: as they, the Canaanite kings, fled from before Israel, were in the going down to Beth Horon, the Lord cast down great stones from heaven upon them onto Azekah, and they died.
Hey, I just remembered the rest of that song.
And died.
They were more which died with hailstones, stones of Barad, than they whom the children of Israel slew with the sword. 6. The author of the book of Joshua was surely ignorant of any connection between the two phenomena. He could not be expected to have had any knowledge about the nature of aerolites, about the forces of attraction between celestial bodies, and the like. As these phenomena were recorded to have occurred together, it is improbable that the records were invented. The meteorites fell on Earth in a torrent. They must have fallen in very great numbers, for they struck down more warriors than the swords of the adversary. To have killed persons by the hundreds or thousands in a field, a cataract of stones must have fallen. Such a torrent of great stones would mean that a train of meteorites or a comet had struck our planet. Quotation in the Bible from the book of Joshua is laconic and may give the impression that the phenomena of the motionless sun and moon was local. Seen only in Palestine, between the valley of Ajalon and Gibeon, where the cosmic character of the prodigy is pictured in a thanksgiving prayer ascribed to Joshua.
Sun and moon stood still in heaven, and thou didst stand in thy wrath against our oppressors. All the princes of the earth stood up. The kings of the nations had gathered themselves together. Thou didst destroy them in thy fury, and thou didst ruin them in thy rage. Nations raged from fear of thee, kingdoms tottered because of thy wrath. Thy thunders, thou didst pursue them in thy storm.
Thou didst consume them in the whirlwind. Their carcasses were like the wild radius over which the heavenly wrath swept is emphasized in the prayer. All the kingdoms tottered. A torrent of large stones coming from the sky. An earthquake. A whirlwind. A disturbance in the movement of the earth. These four phenomena belong together. It appears that a large comet must have passed very near our planet and disrupted its movement. A part of the stones disappeared in the neck and tail of the comet, smote the surface of the earth, a shattering blow. Are we entitled on the basis of the book of Joshua to assume that at some date in the middle of the second millennium before the present era, the earth was interrupted in its regular rotation by a comet? Such a statement has so many implications that it should not be made thoughtlessly. To this I say that though the implications are great and many, the present research in its entirety is an interlinked sequence of documents and other evidence, all of which in common carry the weight of this and other statements in this book. The problem before us is one of mechanics, being heat on the outermost periphery. The solid layers would be torn apart, causing mountains and even continents to fall or rise. As I shall show later, mountains fell and others rose from the level ground. The earth, with its oceans and continents, became heated. The sea boiled in many places, and rock liquefied. Volcanoes ignited, and forests burned. Would not a sudden stop by the earth rotating at a little over 1,000 miles an hour at its equator mean a complete destruction of the world? Since the world survived, there must have been a mechanism to cushion the slowing down of terrestrial rotation. If it really occurred, or another escape for the energy of the motion besides transforming into heat, or both, or if rotation persisted undisturbed, the terrestrial axis may have tilted in the pressure of strong magnetic field, so that the sun appeared to lose 4 hours its diurnal movement. These problems are kept in sight and are faced in the epilogue of this volume. The Other Side of the Ocean.
The Book of Joshua, compiled from the more
ancient Book of Joshua,
went up from Gilgal all night. In the early morning he fell upon his enemies unawares at Gibeon, and chased them along the way that goes up to Beth Horon. As they fled, great stones were cast from the sky. That same day, in the day when the Lord delivered up the Amorites, the sun stood still over Gibeon and the moon over the valley of Ajalon. It has been noted that this description of the position of the luminaries implies that the sun was
in the foremoon position. 9. The Book of Joshua says that the luminaries stood in the midst of the sky, allowing for the difference in longitude. It must have been early morning or night in the Western Hemisphere. We go to the shelf, where stand books with the historical traditions of the Aborigines of Central America, the sailors of Columbus and Cortez arriving in America. Found there literate peoples who had books of their own. Most of these books were burned in the 16th century. Now, we covered that, we know about that, by the Dominican monks. Very few of the ancient manuscripts survived.
Of course they didn't.
And these are preserved in the libraries of Paris, the Vatican,
Has there ever been a time when
Prado,
they have been preserved?
and Dresden. They are called codici, and their texts have been studied and partly read. However, among the Indians of the days of conquest and also of the following century, there were literary men who had access to the knowledge, writing, written in pictographic script by their forefathers. The Mexican annals of Cahuatitlan, the history of the empire of Cahuacan and Mexico, written in the Nahua Indian in the 16th century. It is related that during a cosmic catastrophe that occurred in the remote past, the night did not end for a long time. The biblical narrative describes the sun as remaining in the sky for an additional day, about a whole day. The Midrashim, the books of ancient traditions not embodied in the scriptures, relate that the sun and the moon stood still for 36 itim, or 18 hours. Mexican annals, it is stated that the world was deprived of light and the sun did not appear for a fourfold night. In a prolonged day or nighttime could not be measured by the usual means at the disposal of the ancients. Sahagan the Spanish savant, came to America a generation after Columbus, gathered the traditions of the Aborigines, wrote that at the time of one cosmic catastrophe, the sun rose only a little way over the horizon and remained there without moving. The moon also stood still. I am dealing with the Western Hemisphere first because the biblical stories were not known to its Aborigines when it was discovered. Also, the tradition preserved by Sahagan bears no trace of having been introduced by the missionaries. In this version, there is nothing to suggest Joshua ben Nun and his war against the Canaanite kings and a position of a sun very little above the eastern horizon. Differs from the biblical text, though it does not contradict it. We could follow a path around the earth and inquire into the various traditions concerning the prolonged night and the prolonged day, with the sun and moon absent or tarrying at different times along the zodiac, while the earth underwent a bombardment of stones in a world ablaze. But we must postpone this journey. There was more than one catastrophe when, according to the memory of mankind, the earth refused to play the chronometer by undisturbed rotation on its axis. First, we must differentiate the single occurrences of cosmic catastrophes, some of which took place before the one described here, some after it, some of which were of greater extent, and some of lesser.
End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2, 52 years earlier. The pre-Columbian written traditions of Central America tell us that 52 years before the catastrophe, that closely resembles that of the time of Joshua, another catastrophe of world dimensions had occurred. 1. It is therefore only natural to go back to the old Israeli traditions, as narrated in the scriptures, to determine whether they contain evidence of a corresponding catastrophe. The time of the wandering in the desert is given by the scriptures as 40 years. Then, for a number of years before the day of the disturbed movement of the earth, protracted conquest of Palestine went on too. It seems reasonable, therefore, to ask whether a date 52 years before this event would coincide with the time of the Exodus. In the work Ages in Chaos, I describe at some length the catastrophe that visited Egypt and Arabia. In that work, it is explained that the Exodus took place amid a great natural upheaval that terminated the period of the Egyptian history known as the Middle Kingdom. There I endeavor to show that contemporary Egyptian documents describe the same disaster accompanied by the plagues of Egypt, and that the traditions of the Arabian Peninsula relate similar occurrences in this land and on the shores of the Red Sea. In that work, I refer also to Beck's idea that Mount Sinai was a smoking volcano. However, I reveal that the scope of the catastrophe must have exceeded by far the measure of the disturbance which could be caused by one active volcano. And I promise to answer the question of what nature and dimension was this catastrophe, or this series of catastrophes, accompanied by the plagues, and to publish an investigation into the nature of great catastrophes of the past. Both works, The Reconstruction of History and The Reconstruction of Natural History, were conceived within a short interval of half a year. The desire to establish a correct historical chronology before fitting the acts of nature into the periods of human history impelled me to complete Ages in Chaos first. 3. I shall employ some of the historical material from the first chapters of Ages in Chaos. There, I use it for the purpose of synchronizing events in the histories of the countries around the Eastern Mediterranean. Here, I shall use it to show that the same events took place all around the world and to explain the nature of these events. The Red World. In the middle of the second millennium before the present era, as I intend to show, the Earth underwent one of the greatest catastrophes. A celestial body that only shortly before had become a member of the solar system, a new comet, came very close to the Earth. The account of this catastrophe can be reconstructed from evidence supplied by a large number of documents. The comet was on its way from its perihelion and touched the Earth first with its gaseous tail. Later in this book, I shall show that it was about this comet that Servius wrote,
Non igneos et sanguineo rubofus. It was not of a flaming but of a blood redness.
Right here. One of the first visible signs of this encounter was the reddening of the Earth's surface by a fine dust of rusty pigment in sea, lake, and river. This pigment gave a bloody coloring to the water. Because of these particles, or other ferruginous or other soluble pigment, the world turned red. The manuscript Quiche of the Mayas tells that in the Western Hemisphere, in the days of the Great Cataclysm, when the earth quaked and the sun's motion was interrupted, the water in the rivers turned to blood. Epur, the Egyptian eyewitness of the catastrophe, wrote his lament on Papyrus 5. The river is blood, and this corresponds with the book of Exodus 7:20. All the waters that were in the river were turned to blood. The author of the papyrus also wrote, Plague is throughout the land. Blood is everywhere. And this, too, corresponds with the book of Exodus 7:21. There was blood throughout all the land of Egypt. The presence of the hematoid pigment in the rivers caused the death of fish, followed by decomposition and smell, and the river stank. Stanky old river. Exodus 7:21. And all the Egyptians digged round, we shouldn't say dug round about the river for water to drink, for they could not drink of the water of the river. Exodus 7:24. The papyrus relates, men shrink from tasting. Human beings thirst after water, and that is our water! Exclamation. That is our happiness. What shall we do in respect thereof? All is ruin. The skin of men and of animals was irritated by the dust, which caused boils, sickness, and death of cattle, a very grievous murrain. 6. Wild animals, frightened by the portent of the sky, came close to the villages and cities. The summit of mountainous Thrace received the name Haemus, and Apollodorus related the tradition of the Thracians that the summit was so named because of the stream of blood which gushed out of the mountain when the heavenly battle was fought between Zeus and Typhon. And Typhon was struck by a thunderbolt. 8. It is said that a city in Egypt received the same name for the same reason. The mythology which personified the forces of the cosmic drama described the world as colored red. In one Egyptian myth, the bloody hue of the world is ascribed to the blood of Osiris, the mortally wounded planet god. In another myth, it is the blood of Seth, or a poppy. In Babylonian myth, the world was colored red by the blood of the slain Tiamat, the heavenly monster. 10. The Finnish epos of Kalevala describes how, in the days of the cosmic upheaval, the world was sprinkled with red milk. 11. The Altari Tatars tell of the catastrophe when blood turns the whole world red, and the world conflagration follows. And a world of conflagration follows. 12. The Orphic hymns refer to the time when the heavenly vault, mighty Olympus, trembled fearfully, and the earth around shrieked fearfully, and the sea was stirred, heaped, troubled with its purple waves. 13. An old subject for debate is, why is the Red Sea so named? If a sea is called black or white, that may be due to the dark color of the water, or to the brightness of the ice and snow. The Red Sea has a deep blue color, as no better reason was found. A few coral formations, or some red birds on its shores, were proposed as explanations of its name. 14. Like all the water in Egypt, the water on the surface of the Sea of Passage was of a red tint. It appears that Raphael was not mistaken when, in painting the scene of the passage, he colored the water red. It was, of course, not this mountain or that river on that sea exclusively that was reddened, thus earning the name red or bloody, as distinguished from other mountains and seas, but crowds of men, wherever they were, who witnessed the cosmic upheaval and escaped with their lives, ascribed the name Haemus, or red, to particular places. The phenomenon of blood raining from the sky has also been observed in limited areas and on a small scale in more recent times. One of these occasions, according to Pliny, was the consulship of Manius Acelius and Gaius Porcius. 15. Babylonians too recorded red dust and rain falling from the sky, 16. Instances of a bloody rain have been recorded diverse countries, 17. The red dust, soluble in water falling from the sky in water drops, does not originate in clouds, but must come from volcanic eruptions or from cosmic spaces. The fall of meteorite dust is a phenomenon generally known to take place mainly after the passage of meteorites. This dust is found on the snow of mountains and in polar regions. 18. That was a long one.
Yeah, I'm here, Greg. I'm just turning up a little. Yeah, I was looking for any indication earlier on if you were doing a show, and I think I must have crashed out about maybe midnight. So I got a beep on me. No, it's right. I'm well refreshed now, and I've woke up, and um, we've got spring around here at last. So yeah. Oh, have you got it as well? Well, that was it with us as well. There were so many people walking the dogs out and everything, and my buddy came for me, and well, I used to go for a walk with him every Saturday, um, for years and years, uh, and and I managed 5 miles yesterday, so which is bloody good on my legs, you know, and yeah, and I think did 69 stories of climbing on there, so climbed climbed a couple of thousand feet as well, so um, oh yeah, I felt so good after it, Greg, but absolutely burnt out, and my dog as well. He's still
I'm sitting here talking away with my microphone off again, like a fool. Okay, it's on now. I have to do an idiot check on myself, every 30 seconds or so. Make sure that I'm not
well, you've got a lot of
being an idiot.
you've got a lot, yeah, you got a lot
You broke up there, bub. I got a lot on my plate, is what you were going to say, right? Yes, I do. I'm actually trying to keep track of the chat tonight. Something I haven't been able to do, but I got the cell phone, and I got my son's account, and Nathan Hunt. That's my son's name.
Yeah.
But I thought there might be some questions. So what do you think about all this? Are you more in line with the uniformitarian outlook, or are you a disciple of Velikovsky like me?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I prefer Velikovsky.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know the score.
It's absolute, but I mean, science hasn't moved forward for over 100 years. So I mean,
yeah, it's the way they like it.
Forward quite a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course they do. It's just illustrating it all for me with this response to this so-called COVID. The whole lot is being illustrated. That it's science is an excuse for do what I tell you. That's what it's turned into anyway.
Oh yeah, and I think religion runs it. I think bottom line, I think that they try to play like they're apart, but they're. I think that they're hand in hand. I think religion controls the Royal Society.
Yeah, but I mean, I think if you spoke to any of them, they'd
of course, they're all going to be atheists, right?
Yeah, they're atheists. They're complete atheists, and so
good cop, bad cop.
They need this they need the organised science to have someone to compound their I don't know, recognise their own self-importance. They need other people of the limited consciousness to completely back them up all the time. I mean the absolute mess going on with this virus that no one's actually even been able to identify yet. Never mind, and then they're talking about cures for it all.
Well, what about all the false flag shootings because they want to get our guns?
Well, of course,
same thing.
It's just one thing. It's the same thing every time. They create the problem and then find a solution to it, which is never to our advantage.
Exactly. The whole idea for a free press was so that they could keep the people informed. There was no rule there that said that they would be in the pocket of the government, that would just give them payola and they become a mouthpiece. Our whole mainstream media is infected. It just needs to be turned off.
It does, yeah. It does. It's
a mess. And it all started November 22nd, 1963. John Kennedy was in at war with his own government. He wanted to reform the government, and he was on his way. But, he was one man. He had enemies in his own damn administration. Everybody seemed to hate him because he was keeping them from making big bucks. That's what it all comes down to.
That's
money.
Right, and that's
money.
The only reason these people ever get into politics. It's for power. It's simple as that.
Money and power.
They don't do it because they have a good way of running anything, or better ideas, or a moral or ethical reason for improving things. It's nothing to do with that. I mean, it just shows all these lying. Every one of them across the world.
It seems like everyone's corrupt. It's all the same system everywhere.
Yeah.
You either do it our way or you get bombs.
Well, they scare you with it, but they can't actually do anything about it just yet, you know what I mean? I think they are tightening the screw. They're certainly tightening the screw on us.
They got rid of all the men in America. They got rid of all of our middle class, still blue collar, but well-paying jobs in manufacturing. Got rid of them all. Their excuse was, we can't make it with the American worker making so much. We better off going to China and paying them 5 cents an hour because they got slave labor over there, right?
Well, that's right.
And then, but the shipping to get it back. By the time I wonder how much they really save. To me, it seems like it was a move to get people out of work. So what are they going to do? A lot of the young ones are going to go right into the military. And they're going to want a nice, strong, beefy military for all the freaking conflicts, we've been in.
I think even the militaries, I mean, to be honest.
The military's good, thank God. But,
if you have a look at the men who were about in the Second World War in Vietnam, any of our pussies wouldn't be able to. They wouldn't even be able to get on one of those gliders and flying with parachute. Never mind start fighting on the behind enemy lines once you got there. Well, it would be impossible for a modern person to even operate correctly in that Second World War. You know.
I know. Oh, it's some of the tactics, like those gliders. What brain donor thought of that? Hey, I want to get in a glider and land in a field. No thanks. That wasn't the greatest idea. And, you know. Go ahead.
But they actually had the guts to do it, though, which is amazing.
I know, it is. Oh, absolutely. You can't say nothing bad about the soldiers. They're marvelous.
Yeah.
But who were they really? I mean, World War II was a little different, but like, say, Vietnam. Kennedy wanted to get out of Vietnam, and they wanted that war. The Pentagon wanted it, you know, because someone made an analogy, like when General Custer was killed at the Little Bighorn, he was a colonel. 13 years earlier, in the Civil War, he was a general in his 20s. The reason why he became a colonel is because if the army isn't at war and they're not needed, they start downgrading people. You know?
Oh, right.
And in order for, if a captain wants to be a general someday, there has to be a war for him to distinguish himself.
Right, I see.
And it's, you know, it's just, it's like a game. It's like a sport. It's just weird.
Oh, it's a sport. I mean, I was aware that he was a colonel in the Civil War.
Custer? He was a general. He was a brigadier general. It was a mistake, but he stuck to it. He got himself fancy uniform. You ever see any pictures of him in the Civil War? He is as flamboyant as a peacock, man. And you know, I mean, he was crazy brave. You know, his motto was just charge. Well, that got him killed eventually. He was just lucky.
He was a kind of suicide glamour boy, wasn't it?
Yeah, he had a big part in Gettysburg. He did a charge into the flank of Stonewall Jackson or one of those guys, and they just tore him up, man. Yeah. So he got a lot of recognition for that.
Well, he was the ideal man for the job for the Indian Wars, so-called Indian Wars.
Oh yeah. And you know, he would, the way I hear it, you know, he would kill women and children, you know, not even think twice about it.
Yeah.
Murderer, man. I could never do something like that. But I guess it's the times you're growing up in, you know, what you get desensitized to.
Well, that's it. And but as well, you see, I mean, most of the combatants are like under 25 years old. They haven't really had time to mature and make their own mind up how far they're going to go with anything, really. You know, you know, they're still at a point where they'll take orders unflinchingly, really.
Oh yeah. Well, the military, you know, what they do is basically they suck all the love out of someone, is what they do. By the time if they go see combat, when they come back, the life that they had in their eyes when they left will not be there when they come back. I guarantee it. And then they'll have PTSD. What is that, PTSD? And every day for the rest of their life, they will be tortured by the memories of that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, both my grandfathers were the same. You know, both my grandfathers were the same.
Yeah. Not something like
absolutely tortured of it.
Yeah. And who are we really fighting for? If they were coming across the border, I'd be the first one in the front line. But if you want to go 8,000 miles away, you know, because you want some pipeline to go through, then no. You know? Get bent.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go die for you. It's ridiculous. Patriotism seems a scam. You know, I hate to look at it that way, but God, I've been lied to so much.
They only use it for selling weapons and for sports events these days. The rest of it is the people with the with the reins of power, they'll do deals, and we're just the masses who get you know, we're the ones to be controlled. And for example, Biden and President Xi Jinping or whatever it is, they probably see the world in a very similar light, and basically do not give a shit, flying fuck about anybody, apart from keeping in power. They will say anything, do anything, kill anybody, and it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but they're not the only ones. I mean, it seems like everybody does that.
Yeah, but why we continually keep voting these people? You know, they keep presenting us with these people, and then we vote a new one in, or an even worse one in.
Well,
and at the moment, we have this. At the moment in Britain, we have this Tony Blair. This
I know. Well aware of him.
And he's got nothing at all to with our democracy, and yet he seems to be pulling all the strings at the moment.
Oh, kind of like Kissinger here.
Right. And you know, he got done for trying to solicit rent boys in a public toilet in London, and actually got prosecuted. £50 he got fined. But it was under a different name, Charles Lytton, and it didn't even make the press, you know. And that was when he was Prime Minister. Can you imagine that your Prime Minister hanging around in a stinking public toilet? Good God! And that's what he is. That's what that kind of person is.
Did he run into George Michael?
You can imagine Bill. Well, yeah, he's the same as him. But you can imagine Bill Gates. He's bummed him all over town,
I don't know.
With all our military secret. And
God, you know, a person just willing to throw their career away on some impulse, it's just beyond me. You know, unbelievable, unbelievable. But it is what it is, you know. Yeah,
but I think.
Well, what I was going to say is, you know, they've been keeping the truth from us for a long time, and it probably for thousands of years, or for a couple thousand years anyway. I mean, we have really no idea of knowing where we come from, who we are, what our legacy is. You know, we don't. That's what we're victims of amnesia. Velikovsky struck a chord with this book. He inspired people like Wal Thornhill and untold thousands of others, you know, to carry on. And it's picking up steam. Eventually, it's going to happen. It has to. They can't bury it forever.
It can't be buried forever. And I mean, Velikovsky's main function and his main benefit in the world was think for yourself, and that's all he showed people.
That's right.
To do. Think for you.
Critical
look
thinking.
At the evidence. Look at the evidence and make up your own mind.
That's all you have to do.
Make your own theories then. That's right.
I heard if you just look at the evidence and the story will tell itself.
That's right. That's right. But of course they're so very careful to inculcate us before we, or remove any of the evidence that they can. And this is what they spend the time doing, so they can sell their millions of copies of books of rubbish.
Yeah, I mean, people aren't just millionaires now; they're multi-billionaires.
What?
I mean, how much is enough, huh? Who's going to be the first trillionaire?
Yeah, but so what? What do they do with the money? How much can they spend in a day, these people?
I don't know. I was watching this. I just happened to catch on the corner of my eye. You know how the home screen for YouTube, it said Mick Jagger, how Mick Jagger lives.
Right.
That dude's got castles all over the world, man. Wow. Can you imagine?
But he mustn't be able to enjoy one of them though, Greg. I mean, how many,
Yeah, it must be nice for his daughter. I'm going to go to the castle in France, Dad. Oh, yeah, no problem. And just take care of my 10 cars that are there.
Yeah,
Man.
but he'll have forgotten how to drive. He won't even know what cars he's got. He won't even know what castles he's got.
Yeah, that dude is so... I don't know. Who's got more money, you think? Mick Jagger or Paul McCartney? We're getting off track. I always wondered that. Which one of them's greedier? But they're both got it made, man.
I would say Mick Jagger's got more money myself.
You think so?
I would think so.
Yeah, because he came from the School of Economics. Probably rubbed off.
Not just... he's continued working, and of course, no one goes watching Paul McCartney anymore, but Mick Jagger sells out wherever he goes still, so I would suspect he'd have a lot more money.
Hard to believe that they're the age they are and still rocking. I think that there's something to be said about being healthier if you have music in your life. Don't you agree?
I certainly agree, but
yeah.
I mean, that healthy when you're in your 70s. I remember what my grandpas were like in the 70s, and there was no way they were dancing around for 3 hours on a stage, man, jumping up and down.
Oh, exactly. They're like in canes and stuff.
They were lucky if they could stagger up to the pub 200 yards by that age. You know what I mean?
Yes.
With that burnt out.
It's that music that keeps the soul young. You see?
Well, I need some of myself then, Greg, because I'm almost 60, and I.
Yeah, well, that's why we're here. We aim to please.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's play a little bit more of this. Hey, what I have is a great little talk, Edusa. Can you hang out for a little longer?
Yeah, thanks.
Just watch one more here.
If you're going back on YouTube, I'll go back there for a bit and come back on here if you want after.
Yeah. I'll just let you know. This one coming up is 50 minutes.
Okay, I'll get back on YouTube then, and
all right.
I'll catch you in a bit. Greg.
After we'll talk again.
Okay, mate.
All right, hold down the chat for me. Okay. All right, and we're getting back to it now. What's that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll see you there, Greg.
Okay, I'll talk to you in a little bit, buddy. Okay.
On Egypt we're hot. 19 This fits only meteorites, not a hail of ice. 20 In the scriptures it is said that these
stones fell, mingled with fire, Exodus 9:24, the meaning of which I shall discuss in the following section, and that their fall was accompanied by loud noises, kolot, rendered as thunderings, a translation which is only figurative, and not literally correct, because the word for thunder is ram, which is not used here. The fall of meteorites is accompanied by crashes or explosion-like noises, and in this case they were so mighty that, according to the scriptural narrative, the people in the palace were terrified as much by the din of the falling stones as by the destruction they caused. Exodus 9:28. The red dust had frightened the people, and a warning to keep men and cattle under shelter had been issued. Gather thy cattle and all that thou hast in the field, for upon every man and beast which shall be found in the field, and shall not be brought home, the hailstones shall come down upon them.
And they shall die. Exodus 9:19. And he that regarded not the word of the Lord left his servants and his cattle in the field. Exodus 9:21. Similarly, the Egyptian eyewitness, cattle are left astray, and there is none to gather them together. Each man fetches for himself those that are branded with his name. 21 Falling stones and fire made the frightened cattle flee. Epa also wrote, trees are destroyed, no fruits, no herbs are found, grain has perished on every side, that has perished which yesterday was seen. The land is left to its weariness like the cutting of flax. 22 In one day fields were turned to wasteland. In the book of Exodus 9:25 it is written, and the hailstones of Barad smote every herb of the field, and brake every tree of the field.
The description of such a catastrophe is found in the Visuddhimagga, a Buddhist text on the world cycles. When a world cycle is destroyed by wind, there arises in the beginning a cycle destroying great cloud. There arises a wind to destroy the world cycle, and first it raises a fine dust, and then coarse dust, and then fine sand, and then coarse sand, and then grit, stones. up to boulders as large as mighty trees on the hilltops. The wind turns the ground upside down, large areas crack and are thrown upwards, all the mansions on Earth are destroyed in a catastrophe when worlds clash with worlds. 23. The Mexican Annals of Cahuatitlan describe how a cosmic catastrophe was accompanied by a hail of stones. In the oral tradition of the Indians, too, the motif is repeated time and again. In some ancient epic the sky rained, not water, but fire and red-hot stones. 24. Which is not different from the Hebrew tradition.
Naphtha. Crude petroleum is composed of two elements, carbon and hydrogen. The main theories of the origin of petroleum are: 1. The inorganic theory. Hydrogen and carbon were brought together in the rock formations of the Earth under great heat and pressure. Number 2. The organic theory. Both the hydrogen and carbon, which compose petroleum, come from the remains of plant and animal life, in the main from microscopic marine swamp life. The organic theory implies that the process started after life was already abundant, at least at the bottom of the ocean. The tails of comets are composed mainly of carbon, hydrogen gases. Lacking oxygen, they do not burn in flight, but the flammable gases passing through an atmosphere containing oxygen will be set on fire. If carbon and hydrogen gases of vapor of a composition of these two elements enter the atmosphere in huge masses, part of them will burn, binding all the oxygen available at that moment. The rest will escape combustion, but in swift transition will become liquid. Falling on the ground, the substance, if liquid, would sink into the pores of the sand and into the clefts between the rocks. Falling on water, it would remain floating if the fire in the air is extinguished before new supplies of oxygen arrive from other regions. The descent of a sticky fluid, which came earthward and blazed with heavy smoke, is recalled in the oral and written traditions of the inhabitants of both hemispheres. Popol Vuh, the sacred book of the Mayas, narrates 26. It was ruin and destruction. The sea was piled up. It was a great inundation. People were drowned in a sticky substance, raining from the sky. The face of the earth grew dark, and the gloomy rain endured for days and nights. And then there was a great din of fire above their heads. The entire population of the land was annihilated. The manuscript Quiche perpetrated the picture of the population of Mexico perishing in a downpour of bitumen. There descended from the sky a rain of bitumen and of a sticky substance. The earth was obscured, and it rained day and night. And men ran hither and thither, and were as if seized by madness. They tried to climb to the roofs, and the houses crashed down. They tried to climb the trees, and the trees cast them far away. And when they tried to escape in caves and caverns, these were suddenly closed. A similar account is preserved in the annals of the Cahuatitlan, the age which ended in the rain of fire. It was called Quau Tu Natua, which means the son of the fire rain. And far away, in the other hemisphere in Siberia, the Vogels carried down through the centuries and millennia this memory. God sent a sea of fire upon the earth. The cause of the fire they call fire water. Half the meridian to the south in the East Indies, the Aboriginal tribes relate that in the remote past, single das, or water of fire, rained from the sky. With very few exceptions, all men died. The 8th plague was described in the book of Exodus, was barad, and fire mingled with the barad. Very grievous, such as there was none like it at all, the land of Egypt, since it became a nation. Exodus 9:24. There were thunder, correct, loud noises, and barad, and the fire ran along upon the ground. Exodus 9:23. The papyrus Ippawar describes this consuming fire. Gates, columns, and walls are consumed by fire. The sky is in confusion. The papyrus says that this fire almost exterminated mankind. The Midrashim in a number of texts state that naphtha, together with hot stones, poured down upon Egypt. The Egyptians refused to let the Israelites go, and he poured out naphtha over them, burning blains, blisters. It was a stream of hot naphtha. Naphtha is petroleum in Aramaic and Hebrew. The population of Egypt was pursued with strange rains and hails and showers, inexorable and utterly consumed with fire. For what was the most marvelous of all, in the water which quenched all things, the fire wrought yet more mightily, which is the nature of burning petroleum. In the register of the plagues in Psalms 105, it is referred to as flaming fire, and in Daniel 7:10 as river of fire, or fiery stream. In the Passover, Haggadah, it is said that mighty men of Paul and Lud, Lydia and Asia Minor, were destroyed with consuming conflagration on the Passover. In the valley of the Euphrates, the Babylonians often referred to the rain of fire, vivid in their memory. All of the countries whose traditions of fire rain I have cited actually have deposits of oil. Mexico, the East Indies, Siberia, Iraq, and Egypt. For a span of time, after the combustive fluid poured down, it may well have floated upon the surface of the seas, soaked the surface of the ground, and caught fire again and again.
And again. Again.
For 7 winters and summers, the fire has raged.
And again.
It has burnt up the
Again.
earth. It has burnt up the earth, narrate the Vogels of Siberia. The story of wandering in the desert contains a number of references to fire springing out of the earth. The Israelites traveled 3 days' journey away from the mountain of law-giving. And it happened that the fire of the Lord burnt among them and consumed them that were in the uttermost parts of the camp. Numbers 11:1. The Israelites continued on their way. Then came the revolt of Korah and his confederates, and the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up, and all Israel were around about them fled at the cry of them. And there came out a fire from the Lord, and consumed the 250 men that offered incense. When they kindled the fire of incense, the vapors which rose out of the cleft in the rock caught the flame and exploded. Unaccustomed to handling this oil, rich in volatile derivatives, the Israelite priests fell victim to the fire. The 2 elder sons of Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, died before the Lord when they offered strange fire before the Lord in the wilderness of Sinai. The fire was called strange because it had not been known before and because it was of foreign origin. The priests of Iran worshipped the fire that came out of the ground. The followers of Zoroastrianism and Mazdaism are also called fire worshippers. Fire of the Caucasus was held in great esteem by all the inhabitants of the adjacent lands. Connected with the Caucasus and originating there is the legend of Prometheus. He was chained to a rock for bringing fire to man. The allegorical character of this legend gains meaning when we consider Augustine's words that Prometheus was a contemporary of Moses, 42. Torrents of petroleum poured down upon the Caucasus and were consumed. The smoke of the Caucasus fire was still in the imaginative sight of Ovid 15 centuries later, when he described the burning of the world. The continuing fires in Siberia, the Caucasus, and the Arabian desert, and everywhere else were blazes that followed the great conflagration. Of the days when the earth was caught in vapors of carbon and hydrogen, in the centuries that followed, petroleum was worshipped, burned in holy places. It was also used for domestic purposes. When many ages passed, when it was out of use, only in the middle of the last century did man again begin to exploit this oil, partly contributed by the comet of the time of the Exodus. He utilized its gifts, and today its highways are crowded with vehicles propelled by oil. Into the heights rose man, and he accomplished the age-old dream of flying like a bird. For this, too, he uses the remnants of the intruding star that poured fire and sticky vapor upon his ancestors. End of chapter.
The Darkness, Velikovsky, Worlds in Collision, Paradigma Limited Kindle Edition. The Earth entered deeper into the tail of the onrushing comet and approached its body. This approach, if one is to believe the sources, was followed by a disturbance in the rotation of the Earth. Terrific hurricanes swept the Earth because of the change or reversal of the angular velocity of rotation and because of the sweeping gases.
I suppose I should explain the robot. When I first started doing this, I was shy, and I let the robot do it. But then I realized that it wasn't good enough. I needed to read it. So there's only a couple chapters left like this. So I apologize if they're inconvenient. I know some folks don't like robots. I'm sorry. I had to learn.
Dust and cinders of the comet. Numerous rabbinical sources describe the calamity of darkness.
The material is collated as follows.
Exceedingly strong wind endured 7 days. All the time the land was shrouded in darkness. On the 4th, 5th, and 6th days, the darkness was so dense that the people of
Egypt could not stir from their place.
Darkness was of such a nature that it could not be dispelled by artificial means. The light of the fire was either extinguished by the violence of storm, or else it was made invisible and swallowed up in the density of the darkness. Nothing could be discerned. None was able to speak or to hear, nor could anyone venture to take food, but they lay themselves down, their outward senses in a trance. Thus they remained, overwhelmed by the affliction. The darkness was of such kind that their eyes were blinded by it and their breath choked. 44 it was, not of ordinary earthly kind. 45 the rabbinical tradition, contradicting the spirit of the scriptural narrative, states that during the Plague of Darkness the vast majority of the Israelites perished and that only a small fraction of the original Israelite population of Egypt
was spared to leave Egypt.
9 out of every 50 Israelites are said to have perished in this plague. 46 A shrine of black granite found at El Arish on the border of Egypt and Palestine bears a long inscription in hieroglyphics. It reads, "The land was in great affliction. Evil fell on this earth. There was a great upheaval in the residence. Nobody could leave the palace. There was no exit from the palace during 9 days. And during these 9 days of upheaval there was such a tempest that neither men nor gods the royal family could see the faces of those beside them." 47 This record employs the same description of the darkness as Exodus 10:22, "And there was a thick darkness in all the land of Egypt 3 days. They saw not one another, neither rose any from his place for 3 days." The difference in the number of the days 3 and 9 of the darkness is reduced in the rabbinical sources, where the time is given as 7 days. The difference between 7 and 9 days is negligible if one considers the subjectivity of the time estimation under such conditions. Appraisal of the darkness with respect to its impenetrability is also subjective. Rabbinical sources say that for part of the time there was a very slight visibility, but for the rest 3 days there was no visibility at all. It should be kept in mind that, as in the case I have already discussed, a day and a night of darkness or light can be described as 1 day or as 2 days. That both sources, the Hebrew and the Egyptian, refer to the same event can be established by another means also. Following the prolonged darkness and the hurricane, the pharaoh,
according to the hieroglyphic text of the shrine,
pursued the
evil doers
to the place called Polarity. The same place is mentioned in Exodus 14:9, but the Egyptian pursued after them, all the horses and chariots of Pharaoh, and overtook them encamping by the sea, beside Pi-hakeroth. 48 The inscription on the shrine also narrates the death of the pharaoh during this pursuit under exceptional circumstances. Now when the majesty fought with the this pool, the place of the whirlpool,
evil doers
prevailed not over his majesty. His majesty leapt into the place of the whirlpool. This is the same apotheosis described in Exodus 15:19. For the horse of Pharaoh went in with his chariots and with his oarsmen into the sea, and the Lord brought again the waters of the sea upon them. If the Egyptian darkness was caused by the earth's stasis or tilting of its axis, and was aggravated by a thin cinder dust from the comet, then the entire globe must have suffered from the effect of these two concurring phenomena. In either the eastern or the western parts of the world there must have been a very extended, gloomy day. Nations and tribes in many places of the globe, to the south, to the north, and to the west of Egypt, have old traditions about a cosmic catastrophe during which the sun did not shine, but in some parts of the world the traditions maintain that the sun did not set for a period of time equal to a few days. Tribes of the Sudan to the south of Egypt refer in their tales to a time when the night would not come to an end. 49 Kalvola, the Epis of the Finns, tells of a time hailstones of iron fell from the sky, and the sun and the moon disappeared, were stolen from the sky and did not appear again. In their stead, after a period of darkness, a new sun and a new moon were placed in the sky. 50 Caius Julius Solinus writes that, following the deluge which is reported to have occurred in the days of Ogyges, a heaven night spread over the globe. 51 In the manuscripts of Avila and Molina, who collected the traditions of the Indians of the New World, it is related that the sun did not appear for 5 days. A cosmic collision of stars preceded the cataclysm. People and animals tried to escape to mountain caves. Scarcely had they reached there when the sea, breaking out of bounds following a terrifying shock, began to rise on the Pacific coast. But as the sea rose, filling the valleys and the plains around, the mountain of Ankasmarkad
rose too like a ship on the waves. During the 5 days that this cataclysm lasted, the sun did not show its face and the earth remained in darkness. 52 Thus the traditions of the Peruvians describe a time when the sun did not appear for 5 days. In the upheaval, the earth changed its profile, and the sea fell upon the land. 53 East of Egypt, in Babylonia, the 11th tablet of the Epic of Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh refers to the same events. From out the horizon rose a dark cloud and it rushed against the earth. The land was shriveled by the heat of the flames. Desolation. Stretched to heaven, All that was bright was turned into darkness. Nor could the brother distinguish his brother. 6 days. The hurricane, deluge, and tempest continued sweeping the land. And all human back to its clay was returned.
Iranian book Anujita reveals that a threefold day and threefold night concluded a world age. 55 in the book Bundavis, in a context that I shall quote later and that shows a close relation to the events of the cataclysm I describe here, tells of the world being dark at midday as though it were in deepest night. It was caused, according to the Bundavis, by a war between the stars and the planets. 56 a protracted night, deepened by the onrushing dust sweeping in from interplanetary space, enveloped Europe, Africa, and America, the valleys of the Euphrates and the Indus also. If the Earth did not stop rotating but slowed down or was tilted, there must have been a longitude where a prolonged day was followed by a prolonged night. Iran is so situated that, if one is to believe the Iranian tradition, the sun was absent for a threefold day, and then it shone for a threefold day. Farther to the east there must have been a protracted day corresponding to the protracted night in the west. According to Bauman-Yest, at the end of a world age in eastern Iran or in India the sun remained 10 days visible in the sky. In China, during the reign of the Emperor Yehu, a great catastrophe brought a world age to a close. For 10 days the sun did not set. 57 The events of the time of the Emperor Yehu deserve close examination. I shall return to the subject shortly. 58
Ramon
Forced out of its
about
regular
Yahoo
motion,
a lot.
reacted to the close approach of the body of a comet. The major shock convulsed the lithosphere, and the area of the earthquake was the entire globe. People were witnessed and survived this earthquake. The towns are destroyed. Upper Egypt has ceased. All is ruined. The residence is overturned in a minute. Only an earthquake could have overturned the residence in a minute. The Egyptian word for to overturn is used in the sense of to overthrow a wall. This was the 10th plague, and Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and his servants and all of the Egyptians, and there was a great cry in Egypt. For there was not a house where there was not one dead. Exodus 12:30. Houses fell, smitten by one violent blow. The angel of the Lord passed over the houses of the children of Israel in Egypt, when he smote the Egyptians and delivered our houses. Exodus 12:27. Nogaf, meaning smote, is the word used for a very violent blow, as, for instance, goring by the horns of an ox. The Passover Haggadah says, "The firstborn of the Egyptians didst thou crush at midnight." The reason why the Israelites, now I'm starting to talk like Velikovsky, the reason why the Israelites were more fortunate in this plague than the Egyptians probably lies in the kind of material of which their dwelling were constructed. Occupying a marshy district and working on clay, the captives must have lived in huts made of clay and reeds, which are more resilient than brick or stone. The Lord will pass over the door and will not suffer the destroyer to come and smite your houses. An example of the selective action of a natural agent upon various kinds of construction is narrated also in Mexican annals. During a catastrophe accompanied by a hurricane and earthquake, only the people who lived in small log cabins remained uninjured. The larger buildings were swept away. They found that those who lived in small houses had escaped, as well as the newly married couples whose custom it was to live for a few years in cabins in front of those of their father-in-laws. Oh. In Ages and Chaos, my reconstruction of ancient history, I shall show that firstborn, Bakar, in the text of the plague, is a corruption of a chosen Bakar. All the flower of Egypt succumbed in the catastrophe. Forsooth, the children of princes are dashed against the walls. The children of princes are cast out in the streets. The prison is ruined, wrote Ippawur, and this reminds us of princes in palaces and captives in dungeons who were victims in the disaster. Exodus 12:29. To confirm my interpretation of the 10th plague as in earthquake, which should be obvious from the expression to smite the houses, I find corroborating passage of Artapanus in which he describes the last night before the Exodus, and which is quoted by Eusebius. There was hail and earthquake by night, and that those who fled from the earthquake were killed by the hail. Those who sought shelter from the hail were destroyed by the earthquake, and at that time all the houses fell in, and most of the temples. 64. Also, Hieronymus, St. Jerome, wrote in an epistle that in the night in which Exodus took place, all the temples of Egypt were destroyed either by an earth shock or by a thunderbolt. 65. Similarly, in the Midrashim, the 7th plague, the plague of Barad, meteorites, earthquake, fire, meteorites, 66. It is also said that the structures which were erected by the Israelite slaves in Pithom and Ramses collapsed or were swallowed by the earth. 67. An inscription which dates from the beginning of the New Kingdom refers to a temple in the Middle Kingdom that was swallowed by the ground at the close of the Middle Kingdom. The head of the celestial body approached very close, breaking through the darkness of the gaseous envelope. And according to the Midrashim, the last night in Egypt was as bright as the noon on the day of the summer solstice. The population fled. Men flee. Tents are what they make like the dwellers of the hills, wrote Ippawur. The population of a city destroyed by an earthquake usually spends the nights in the fields. The book of Exodus describes a hurried flight from Egypt on the night of the 10th plague. A mixed multitude of non-Israelites left Egypt together with the Israelites, who spent their first night in Succoth huts, 71. The lightnings lightened the world. The earth trembled and shook. Thou leddest thy people like a flock by the hand
there
of
only
Moses
one
and Aaron.
Channel working, or
72.
are my headphones going bad?
They were brought out of Egypt by a portent which looked like a stretched arm, by a stretching out arm, and by great terrors, or with a mighty hand, and with an outstretched arm, and with great terribleness, and with signs, and with wonders. 73. End of subchapter. "13. At midnight all the houses of Egypt were smitten. There was not a house where there was not one dead. This happened on the night of the 14th of the month, Aviv. Exodus 12:6, 13:4. This is the night of Passover. It appears that the Israelites originally celebrated Passover on the eve of the 14th of Aviv. The month Aviv is called the first month, Exodus 12:18. Thout was the name of the first month of the Egyptians. What for the Israelis became a feast became a day of sadness and fasting for the Egyptians. The 13th day of the month, Thout, is a very bad day. Thou shalt not do anything on this day. It is the day of the combat, which Horus waged with Seth. The Hebrews counted, and still count, the beginning of the day from sunset. The Egyptians reckoned from sunrise, 76. As the catastrophe took place at night, for the Israelites, it was the 14th day of the first month. For the Egyptians, it was the 13th day. An earthquake caused by contact or collision with a cornet must be felt simultaneously all around the world. With an earthquake is a phenomenon that occurs from time to time, but an earthquake accompanying an impact in the cosmos would stand out and be recalled as a memorable date by survivors. In the calendar of the Western Hemisphere, on the 13th day of the month, called Olin, motion, or earthquake, a new sun is said to have initiated another world age, 78. The Aztecs, like the Egyptians, reckoned the day from sunrise. Here we have in passant the answer to the open question concerning the origin of the superstition which regards the number 13, and especially the 13th day, as unlucky and inauspicious. It is still the belief of many superstitious persons, unchanged through thousands of years, and even expressed in the same terms. The 13th day is a very bad day. You shall not do anything on this day. I do not think that any record of this belief can be found dating before the time of Exodus. The Israelites did not share the superstition of the evil working number 13 or 14. End of chapter. Recently, I speak here of the spring of 1995, I passed a very pleasant afternoon visiting the varied book merchants that are found. Among the items I was seeking were the works of the late Immanuel Velikovsky, futurist, prophet, mythologist, historian, scientific renegade. At the Venerable Bell's bookstore, I was told that there was nothing by that author in stock, and indeed, in recent times, it was rare for any of that controversial seer's works to remain on the shelf for more than a few days, on account of persistent demand for his writings. Mrs. Bell, proprietress of the establishment, said that in fact she was advertising for Velikovsky's works. So assured was she of quick and profitable sale of any used volumes that might come her way. Needless to say, more orthodox local bookstores, notably an establishment operated in the university, carried nothing at all of Velikovsky, an omission which is as close to a book ban as the academic conscience allows. Thus, the sorry fate of the controversial Worlds in Collision, now almost 50 years after its publication, more than a decade now since he has passed, since Velikovsky's death, and there may be some among you who do not know of his work. Velikovsky was a Russian immigrant, Palestinian, medical doctor, practitioner, psychoanalyst who practiced for some years in Jerusalem before immigrating to the U.S. in 1939. Once in America, he developed a middle-aged enthusiasm for science, understandable to me, of course. His studies let him conclude that the biblical Exodus, commonly dated about 3,500 years ago, was marked by great catastrophes caused by major series of interplanetary events that originated with the planet Venus. Now it happens that one of Velikovsky's earliest admirers and reviewers was a New York Herald Tribune reporter named John O'Neill. O'Neill was science editor of the New York Herald Tribune, and it was he who introduced Velikovsky's proposals to their as yet unpublished form in a newspaper article written in 1946, 4 years before the publication of the famous Worlds in Collision. The publication of Worlds in Collision, it would be not an exaggeration to say that it infuriated orthodox scientists who lashed out at the author's nonconformity in accord with the spirit of intolerance that prevailed in those sorry times. Oh, what's changed? Keep in mind that the year of the nefarious publication of Worlds was 1950, that same year of dangerous triumph for another Irish-American Midwestern politician, Senator Joseph McCarthy, whose message to the world was, I hasten to point out, quite the opposite in spirit from my own, notwithstanding our common heritage and Midwestern upbringing. It is ironic, nonetheless, that it was a cadre of Harvard professors much beleaguered themselves by the witch-hunting McCarthy, who mounted a nefarious campaign against Velikovsky. I hope I will offend no one here if I suggest that many orthodox academic scientists, several of them from Harvard, made fools of themselves by viciously attacking Velikovsky's intriguing claims, which perhaps were intended more to inspire reverence than a thoughtful action, than meet the pedantic criteria for scientific acceptability that prevailed in those narrow-minded times. Nothing's changed. There's still narrow-minded times. It is nonetheless a remarkable milestone of American intellectual history that Macmillan, the original publisher of Worlds in Collision, felt compelled to abandon the publication of this widely successful bestseller on account of threats of boycott from angry scientists. Among Velikovsky's principal Harvard critics was the young Carl Sagan, who proceeded to dissect Velikovsky's astronomical arguments with all the painstaking and humorless diligence of Richard Nixon. Sagan was then in his early 20s. Since that time, he has made his excessive critique of Velikovsky an ongoing theme in his writings. His pronouncements grow ever softer over the years as we re-examine his role as the precocious Harvard boy scorning the writings of the patriarchal sage. This is not the first time such things have happened. Didn't meteorologist Alfred Wenger's theories of continental drift draw scorn from geologists in earlier times? I shall go on to discuss Galileo and other examples of the intolerance of those in power. Later, Sagan and other establishmentarian scientists congratulated themselves on holding an open forum on Velikovsky's work. The principal report on this kangaroo court, Scientists Confront Velikovsky, 1977, omits Velikovsky's participation and discussion in the proceedings altogether. As for Velikovsky's invocation of Venus as a principal villain in his catastrophes, and this is the point that has drawn so much heated criticism, it may be easily dropped from his argument, leaving a remaining body of work. Though few scientists have dared make the obvious connection, that evidence of the most striking kind had recently emerged to support Velikovsky's main conclusion that the biblical events of the mid-2nd millennium BC were accompanied by a great physical disaster. The evidence comes from, place of all places, Northern Ireland, where dendrochronicle studies, buried oaks, show a great coldness occurred in the year 1652 BC. We may find even in the more recent work of Sagan certain echoes of his old nemesis. Here, for example, is a swastika exhumed by Leonard Woolley in his excavations at Ur in the late 1920s. It dates to about 2600 BC. According to Carl Sagan, the swastika did not exist before 3000 BC, but appeared more or less simultaneously throughout the world shortly thereafter. Sagan claims that the appearance was too widespread to have resulted from cultural diffusion, and suggests that a dramatic appearance of a swastika-shaped meteor may have been the cause, showing examples of illustrations of various celestial bodies that characteristically take on this shape. It is ironic that Sagan invokes a distinctive catastrophic explanation, considering his rejections of Velikovsky's theory. Perhaps the middle-aged Sagan came to admire Velikovsky's talent for dramatic mythologizing. It often happens that men learn best from those that they criticize in their youth. Certainly the poetic and even moralizing television style, Billions and Billions, for which Sagan became later famous, was a departure from the cloistered and the anonymous clericism of science. We may now see a distinctive movement towards neo-catastrophism. Writers like Victor Klube and William Napier, who describe the growing contrarian view of catastrophism. The new information is extremely awkward for a generation of astronomers who insisted Velikovsky was no more than an erudite charlatan. Astronomers, indeed scientists generally, like to think of themselves as tolerant judges and very adaptable to fresh discoveries. The evidence in this instance, however, is mostly the other way. One may therefore expect that in some circles, the data now emerging from the torrid meteor stream will be ignored in the hope that something reassuring will turn up. While this is a time-honored scholarly ploy for handling of discordant new facts, there is a moral dimension in this instance. The swarm has teeth.
Using the standard model of stars. So the solution, completely ad hoc. The object must have twice the surface area, it must be twins. Now the electric universe says, I mean, that is just an amazing ad hoc solution. The spectra of red dwarfs are crowded with molecular absorption features that are not well understood, so it's hard to extract the physical properties of a given red dwarf from its spectrum. That is also interesting. But the fact that there are so many molecular absorption features indicates that all of the requirements for life exist within that glowing envelope. So, all stars are electric. All red stars are gigantic. Planets can orbit within their anode glow, and even astronomers acknowledge that. They have suggested that there could be satellites orbiting within the Betelgeuse glow. However, with their notion that the red giant is formed by an ultra-hot core, those planets would not be suitable for life. In the electric universe, it has a cool core. Objects orbiting within the red envelope are suitable for life. Now, one of the very interesting things is that there are no seasons on any satellites orbiting within that red sphere, because the energy received on any body within that sphere is equal over the entire surface of that body. So that a planet orbiting within that red sphere has no seasons, even temperatures. In fact, I would say that brown dwarfs are the cosmic wombs of life in the universe. One of the interesting facts, of course, that would suddenly come out of this is that these red spheres are glowing plasma, and glowing plasma will not let radio waves pass through. So the search for extraterrestrial intelligence using radio waves is, in my opinion, a wasted effort, because anyone living on a satellite inside one of these glowing red wombs would not even be aware that there was a greater universe out there full of stars, let alone try and use radio, because any radio signals would not pierce that plasma. Just an interesting side issue here. So this is my view of proto-Saturn, and I've just put 2 satellites there, but there are obviously more. Titan, for instance, would have been one of the satellites. Earth and Mars. So there they are inside this glowing shell, and the evidence of the earliest recollections of mankind appears to be that the purple dawn of creation was the skylight. That was the colour of the sky, purple dawn. And that is precisely the colour you would expect in this circumstance, because you have the red end of the spectrum, and you also have a certain amount of the violet and ultraviolet light due to electrical activity in the plasma. So this fits with the, if you like, the earliest recollections of mankind, that was our environment. 50% of red dwarfs have Earth-sized planets in their habitable zone. Remember I said that astronomers feel this is the place where life is most likely to be found. Now if you look at Jupiter, for instance, and consider that as a red dwarf, and its plasma sphere was lit up, Io has a 1.75 day orbit, Europa has a 3.5 day orbit, Ganymede 7 days, and Callisto 17 days. Any of the satellites that were released from Jupiter's grip would have a rotation rate which equaled their daily rotation rate, because they're locked always with the same face towards the central body. It suggests that the Earth and Mars had orbits which were about a day in length. This is the kind of information that you can get from this kind of model. The other thing is, you'll notice in this diagram, there is no Venus. So we have a huge red anode glow, which was what we call proto-Saturn. We had a purple dawn of creation and no Venus. These are the important things to understand about proto-Saturn. Just recently, a map of a nearby red dwarf was produced using a Doppler imaging technique. It's one of a pair of red dwarfs near Alpha Centauri with a separation of 3 astronomical units. There's a bright near-polar region which can be clearly seen in the upper right panels, and a darker mid-latitude area visible in the lower left panels is consistent with large-scale cloud inhomogeneities. However, that's an assumption that what we're looking at is an atmosphere, but we're not looking at an atmosphere, we're looking at a plasma sheath. So this variation said in the electric universe model will be due to objects orbiting within that plasma sheath, either inside or outside that plasma sheath, because that would affect the discharge. The other thing is that this bright spot towards the pole is the same kind of thing that's found at Betelgeuse, the red giant, which indicates that that's the electrical connection with the Birkeland currents that drive these particular stars. If I'm right, the patterns here should be more repetitive than weather patterns and without banding like Jupiter, which is undetectable so far by this technique, but you never know what they can do tomorrow. Red dwarfs and giants change in radius, which is not the kind of thing that you would expect if this is a normal body. However, this change in radius is the star's response to changes in its electrical environment. It's quite natural. It's a plasma effect. They also tend to flicker in brightness. All of this is indicative of a star lacking the stabilizing effect of the bright photosphere of bright stars. That's according to Don Scott's transistor model. That is a stabilizing influence in all bright stars. Red stars don't have that luxury. Proto-Saturn's capture. This is the interesting part of it. This took me decades to try and figure out, because the model of planets arranged with their poles in a line is unstable. There's no Newtonian theory to explain a daisy chain of planets. So it eventually dawned on me that what we had was a dynamic arrangement where Proto-Saturn, which is in this diagram over here, that's Proto-Saturn, and you can just see a few little brighter red dots behind it. They are the Earth and Mars and other satellites. That's meant to represent those satellites. The explanation came to me once I had realised that the stabilisation of the planetary orbits as we see them today, why is the Newtonian system a clockwork system, or it appears to be a clockwork system, when you only have one force? Well, the answer is you cannot have a stable system with one force. There has to be a feedback mechanism. And as I explained the other day, you can change the mass of a planet or a star by either placing charge on it or taking charge away. And it occurred to me that a small star like Proto-Saturn entering the environment of the Sun would suffer a drastic change in its electrical environment, with a result, actually, that Proto-Saturn would have become one gigantic comet, because a body which is negatively charged with respect to its environment is a cometary body, and a body that's positively charged with respect to its environment is an anode in the discharge, and it is a star. So this was a change, a sudden change, once Proto-Saturn approached the solar system at that time closely. At least it would have been most drastic once it entered the heliosphere, the boundary of the Sun's environment with interstellar space. So Saturn as a comet is removing electrons, and the result is that it is losing mass, it's accelerating towards the Sun. The bodies behind it, actually, sorry, I got that around the wrong way. The Proto-Saturn itself is losing electrons, as comets do. They are being passed on to its satellites. The satellites are gaining in mass. Saturn is losing in mass. Conservation of energy says that Proto-Saturn accelerates towards the Sun, and this is part of the electrical capture mechanism. The Earth and Mars and the other satellites gaining in mass will tend to fall behind and line up, rather like Comet Shoemaker-Levy 9. The electrical discharge, the polar discharge, in my opinion then, is the central column of Saturn's cometary discharge. We were sitting in this cometary tail, right in the middle of it. And all of the plasma discharge effects that were witnessed by the ancients and chiselled into rock come from that period of capture. I've said as a cometary body, Proto-Saturn loses electrons, it accelerates towards the Sun. All of this could explain all of the plasma phenomena, discharge phenomena, recounted by Dave Talbot and Eduardo Cardona. The latest measurements by Pitieva and Standish suggest the astronomical unit is increasing about 23 feet per century. That means that the Earth is actually, its orbit is shifting over time. But according to the beliefs of astronomers, the astronomical unit shouldn't change at all. The mechanism I'm describing for the modification of gravity provides a mechanism that can be tested, because the Earth's orbit expansion should be a discontinuous function with discrete jumps following major solar storms and at Venus's inferior conjunction, when we sit in the cometary tail of Venus. So there are various means of testing these ideas too, outrageous as they may seem.
Our planet rotates from west to east. Has it always done so? In this rotation from west to east, the sun is seen to rise in the east and set in the west. Was the east the primeval and only place of the sunrise? There is testimony from all parts of the world that the side which is now turned toward the evening once faced the morning. In the second book of his history, Herodotus relates his conversations with Egyptian priests on his visit to Egypt sometime during the second half of the 5th century before the present era. Concluding the history of their people, the priests told him that the period following their first king covered 341 generations, and Herodotus calculated that, 3 generations being equal to a century. The whole period was over 11,000 years. The priests asserted that within historical ages and since Egypt became a kingdom, 4 times in this period, so they told me the sun rose contrary to his wont. Twice he rose where he now sets, and twice he set where he now rises. 1. This passage has been the subject of exhaustive commentaries, the authors of which tried to invent every possible explanation of the phenomenon, but failed to consider the meaning which was plainly stated by the priests of Egypt, and their efforts through the centuries have remained fruitless. The famous chronologist of the 16th century, Joseph Scaliger, weighed the question whether the Suthis period, or time reckoning by years of 365 days which, when compared with the Julian calendar, accumulated an error of a full year in 1461 years, was hinted at by this passage in Herodotus, and remarked, Sit hoc non futura casam et orientem mutate, no reversal of sunrise and sunset takes place in the Suthis period. 2. Did the words of the priests to Herodotus refer to the slow change in the direction of the terrestrial axis during a period of approximately 25,800 years, which is brought about by its spinning or by the slow movement of the equinoctial points of the terrestrial orbit precession of the equinoxes? So thought Alexander von Humboldt of the famous passage of the second book of Herodotus which so strained the sagacity of the commentators. 3. But this also is a violation of the meaning of the words of the priests, for during the period of spinning, Orient and Occident do not exchange places. 1. May doubt the trustworthiness of the priests' statements, or of Egyptian tradition in general, or attack Herodotus for ignorance of the natural sciences. 4. But there is no way to reconcile the passage with the rest, a natural science. It remains a very remarkable passage of Herodotus that has become the despair of commentators. Upon this Melancthon, the Latin author of the 1st century, wrote, The Egyptians pride themselves on being the most ancient people in the world. In their authentic annals, one may read that since they have been in existence, the course of the stars has changed direction 4 times, and that the sun has set twice in the part of the sky where it rises today. It should not be deduced that Mela's only source for this statement was Herodotus. Mela refers explicitly to Egyptian written sources. He mentions the reversal in the movement of the stars as well as of the sun. If he had copied Herodotus, he would probably not have mentioned the reversal in the movement of the stars, Siderak. At a time when the movement of the sun, planets, and stars was not yet regarded as the result of the movement of the earth, the change in the direction of the sun was not necessarily connected in Mela's mind with a similar change in the movement of all heavenly bodies. 7. If, in Mela's time, there were Egyptian historical records which referred to the rising of the sun in the west, we ought to investigate the old Egyptian literary sources extant today. The magical papyrus Harris speaks of a cosmic upheaval of fire and water when the south becomes north, and the earth turns over. In the papyrus Ipuwer, it is similarly stated that the land turns round over as does a potter's wheel, and the earth turned upside down. Papyrus bewails the terrible devastation wrought by the upheaval of nature. In the Hermitage Papyrus Leningrad, 1116b recto also, reference is made to a catastrophe that turned the land upside down, not aware of the daily rotation of the earth, and believed that the firmament with its luminaries turned around the earth. Therefore, the expression, the earth turned over, does not refer to the daily rotation of the globe. Nor do these descriptions in the papyri of Leyden and Leningrad leave room for a figurative explanation of the sentence, especially if we consider the text of the papyrus Harris. The turning over of the earth is accompanied by the interchange of the south and north poles. Harakwat is the Egyptian name for the western sun. As there is but one sun in the sky, it is supposed that Harakwat means the sun at its setting. But why should the sun at its setting be regarded as a deity different from the morning sun? The identity of the rising and the setting sun is seen by everyone. The inscriptions do not leave any room for misunderstanding.
Hereafter he riseth in
the earth. A thunderbolt, on striking a magnet, reverses.
Yeah, I think I'm going to redo that chapter. That was like 100% robot. I thought I got rid of them all, but I thought wrong. Let's see, let's bring back Edusa. Edusa.
All of the stuff that happened in the Old Testament was actually, the Nile was actually Egypt, and the River Jordan was actually in Egypt, and Jericho and all these places were on the banks of the Nile, which was kind of inundated.
No, it's not the guy.
No.
This guy is saying that there was an antediluvian civilization in Egypt long before we think. You know, it's along the lines of John Anthony West and Robert Schoch, you know, the program they did in the 90s with Charlton Heston, you know, proving basically, I mean, just mopping the floor up with the Egyptologists, that, you know, it has to be older because of the rain, you know, the vertical lines in the rock, right? This gentleman, I just happened to, you know, catch it, the book, you know, so I looked at the book and bought it. It was on sale. It was like $5. I started reading. I went, oh, I wonder if there's any videos on YouTube. So I punched it in, and I got it. I got one. There's just one. And it was of a gal that interviewed the author, and she did a great job. You know, right? Let me just get this out. And all of a sudden he says, well, you know, the universe is electric. I don't know, I just almost fell off my chair. And then he said, well, yeah, you have to understand the Earth was once a satellite of Saturn. And I did almost fall off my chair. I'm like, oh my God, where did this guy come from? See, researchers are starting to find the electric universe and Saturn theory, because it gives you a whole new, unique view on the universe. Okay, I'm done.
Well, it answers so many questions, and I mean, most of my life I've been trying to piece science together and failing miserably. And of course, when the bell rings that it is all electric, and then it all starts making sense.
Yeah, and
you know, a lot of the science makes sense, but it doesn't make any sense without electricity. None of it.
Absolutely, yeah.
And
hand in hand.
Yeah, well, yes, certainly. And although at the moment we can't prove anything. The theories are standing up to more scrutiny than the uniformist theories. They stand up to far more scrutiny than the uniformist theories.
Oh yes, yes, absolutely, yeah.
And I think the more people that do listen to programs like this, Greg, will sort of they'll couch their reality in the electric universe and not in this bloody crap.
Yeah, it's amazing they get away with it.
View.
Yeah,
not this science that doesn't make any sense and doesn't answer any questions.
No.
Well, then you get people like Anton Petrov, and I like some of his articles, to be honest. I mean, he tries a lot, but he will do anything in his power to avoid the issue of electricity in space. Everything in his power. It's got to be gravity, and of course now that people like Wal Thornhill have they've explained how gravity works, that it's that it's the alignment in subatomic particles.
Right.
That again, now we know that anti-gravity can work, and so these things just make sense when they're added together, and none of Einsteinian philosophy makes any sense.
No, it's basically what it is it's a collusion. It's a racket, an ongoing racket for 2,000 years, right? I mean, basically, it's the same thing as the spheres, that the Ptolemy. They have epicycles
Yeah.
just like they did, so what's the difference?
Well, Ptolemy's epicycles fit into the electric universe paradigm, and of course nothing fits into the Einsteinian one.
It's a story for our solar system, not of the universe. The let there be light actually happened.
I'd agree, yeah. Now we can see a means by which stars are created, which we certainly couldn't before.
Right.
With Einstein, with everything dying a heat death, you know.
Yeah.
We're expanding to the point where gravity doesn't work, and then it's all going to collapse back into a single point, and then there's nothing out of the all the other. Everything, nothing turns into nothing. And
thank you, Ricky.
You know, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit with what people feel deep down as what the truth is.
Absolutely, you know. I mean, the things they get away with, and then they pat each other on the back. They give each other Nobel prizes, and you know, it's amazing. You know, I don't know.
It's left brain.
It's like a shit show, like an ego shit show. Yeah.
It is. It's a shit show, but they're only using, these people are only using half of their brain.
Absolutely.
They're not using their intuition. They're not connecting with the vibrations that are all around. It's like getting a sore head by figuring out how they can like squish their theory into Einsteinian stuff and make it all work seamlessly, and none of them can do it. None of them have been able to do one bit of it.
They just want everybody to believe in fairy dust, you know, like dark energy. You can't prove it, you can't disprove it. It's just there, and you just got to take our word for it. Yeah, right.
Yeah, there's something that there's 96% of the universe that you can't actually detect, but it's got to. so what kind of science is that?
Right.
It just isn't. It's just rubbish.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you know, you try to talk sense to people and then stream mainstream videos. 'Cause I started out doing that, and they just laughed at me like I was some kook. You know, they don't even think, they just emote. You know.
Well, that's right. That's right. And of course, you can kiss your degree goodbye if you agree with anything Velikovsky says.
No doubt. You got to play ball.
Yeah, else there's no job for you.
Yeah.
They don't like people who've got their own consciousness and their own ability.
Right.
To
Well, you
see
know.
the truth. Or,
Unless you got millions, you can, you know, get your own observatory, and you know, you still got to get published.
Well,
you know. So.
Yeah. And even then, you know, it's with the missions they're sending out to. Well, they're getting out towards not the Van Allen belt, the thing that surrounds the solar system. What's that called? That's another.
The Oort cloud.
The Kuiper belt.
Oh.
Kuiper belt.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's this massive. Well, they sent the satellite that went past Pluto. Is it Cassini?
No, Cassini went to Jupiter.
Well, there's one that's just fired. Sort of, it's on the edge of the solar system now. And
Okay. Then I'm not up with that one. I need to find out.
Yeah, it's one of the first ones. It might be Discovery. It's one.
You're not talking about Voyager.
Voyager, yeah, that's
right. Voyager 1 and 2, yeah.
That's right. But apparently about last year it came across this a barrier of charge, of massive barrier of fire.
Absolutely. They
completely unexplained in their paradigm, completely non-existent in the Einsteinian paradigm.
Right.
But of course, they didn't put any sensors on board to actually discover these phenomena with the sensors they've got on board the new stuff they're throwing out there.
Oh my goodness!
Or is that what they're just telling us?
Exactly. I don't believe anything they say. You know, You could pretty much use them for a reverse barometer. Whatever they tell you, just believe the opposite.
I think so as well, yeah. I think so too.
Man, there's so many shitty and shady things that go on, you know. And it's just downhill. It's just downhill.
Yeah, well, I think when the war machine basically owns all the technology that's used in this type of exploration, we're not going to get anywhere. Not a chance.
No,
It's got to pay back before these investors die, and that's normally comes in the form of a war, and of course wars destroy information more than anything else.
It sucks more love out of the world. See, that's why we have to pump as much in as we can, because we got to make up for that deficit.
That's right. I mean, maybe we should say sorry to the world before this next 2 or 3 years happens. Good grief.
Yeah, I know. It just seems to be getting worse, doesn't it? I mean, Pax Americana is alive and well.
I'm not confident for the future in the next couple of years with these people who are in charge, and that goes for every one of these world leaders. They're all working for another side. They're not working for us, any of them.
I just happened to see the headlines of a newspaper this morning, getting my coffee. I don't read the paper anymore, but it said Pelosi ready to sign massive COVID relief bill. What is that? Is that going to be another stimulus check for us? I mean, does anybody know anything about it?
I think
I don't, but I could sure use it.
I don't think
these relief bills
will be actually dripping down to people like us, Greg.
Yeah.
I think these relief bills will be dripping down to Abraham tank manufacturers and all the rest of the shit show.
Yeah.
Piling onto it.
Yeah, there's a classic scene with Lyndon Johnson when they were just quagmired out in Vietnam, and just before he resigned, McNamara, the Secretary of Defense, said, "We got to get out of Vietnam." And Lyndon Johnson replied, he said, "I can't get out. My friends, they're making too much money." It's true story. Yeah.
Honest president for a change, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When Kennedy was assassinated, he said, "I hope I don't have to sell my Halliburton." Yeah.
Oh, Halliburton.
Yeah.
What a lovely company that is as well, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, I think good old George Bush is running that one, isn't he now? Tony Blair, a big Halliburton people.
Yeah, Tony Blair, he's still around. He's kind of like England's, what did I say earlier? Kissinger?
Well, yeah, of course he destroyed the Labour Party, he hijacked that and just turned it into a kind of globalist communist party.
Coffee. Go ahead.
So basically destroyed all the unions, and most of the working class people in this country voted for Labour. But of course, after Tony Blair got it, you might as well vote for Adolf Hitler. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I never knew that much about him. I just remember seeing him a lot with Bush. Wherever you saw Bush, you saw him.
Yeah, they were both Fabian Society. And
is that Birdwatcher?
Well, I don't know if that's what they do. I don't maybe shoot a few down. I don't think they watch any of them. I think this Fabian Society is the big on that hill. There were these massive big lumps of stone that just look like they've been
What color is it?
It's that grey stone. That's millstone grit, and that's the same as that was on those photos that I sent you.
I'm picturing like something like Dover.
No, man. No. Did you get those pictures with my dog?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Yes.
Dog.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's millstone grit, and that forms the Pennines.
Oh yeah.
Under that, you've got limestone, a few thousand feet under. But anyway, I can look over to this hill, and there's a circle on there sometimes. From some angles you can see it, but when you go and so yesterday again I walked up to this circle.
Yeah.
But it's not a circle when you get into it. You just can't work it out what it is. But anyway, I was looking up towards that hill, thinking, oh, can I make it up there?
Yeah.
And I actually saw another circle, which is pretty mad, really. So we went up to that one. And well, I'm just going to have to. Again, when you get into it, you can't really tell, and the stones are that smashed up, and there's been a lot of quarrying work all around there. But these circles kind of start popping out. I'll see if I can get some good photos of them for you, Greg. See what you think.
I'd like to see that. Do you ever see anything like out there? You guys get them crop circles. You ever see anything like that?
Well, they don't appear. They don't appear up here. They don't tend to appear up here. But there aren't any crops up here anyway. You know, it's quite hilly, and so you get trees or moorland. You get woods in the valleys and then moorland on the tops. So there aren't any crops there, as it were. But I've become more fascinated in those recently than I was 20 years ago. I mean, I flatly thought it were just people going around with boards and string.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure now.
Oh, I think there are real ones. Yeah, there are. We just haven't figured out what how they're doing it. You know, I mean, some people say
that's right.
UFOs, but there might be some way they can send a message.
I don't think it's UFOs. I think it's more geodesic currents.
And what do you mean by that?
Electrical currents running through the ground,
leaving intelligent messages.
Well, I don't know how intelligent it is, but
binary
I'm
code.
Sure.
We oppose deception.
I know these interpretations exist, but then if you were to take a slice through a three-dimensional electrical current, I suppose you get some quite interesting and pretty well-defined patterns in that slice.
Okay, I mean, I'm not trying to be an advocate. I'm just playing devil's advocate, you know, to stimulate the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think there's so much phenomena, like electrical phenomena, are just around where I live on this side of the Pennine.
Okay.
It's absolutely.
I have never witnessed any kind of electrical phenomena outside of a lightning bolt.
Velikovsky is the land around here, and it's also absolutely full of iron. And, so I went up to this circle anyway yesterday. And I'll send these photos to you. I got a couple of photos.
Yeah, okay, that's cool.
Of these iron blooms, and they were actually, and this is pre-medieval. These iron blooms. They reckon it's about the time, maybe even pre-Roman. And what they did is they found where there was rich iron ore deposits just under the ground, and they piled these up in. You can see the piles of this ore, and they made kind of a mound of the stone, so that and then they'll cover that in peat, because there was a lot of peat up there as well.
Yeah.
And then cover that in earth and make a very hot fire in there, degasify it, and then you've got to get it up to 1500 degrees to melt the iron out of the ore, which you couldn't do under a normal fire.
No.
But I think because it's right up on top of the hill at maybe 1500 feet, I think they had some kind of tent, and they were funneling the air into these kilns. They look a bit like beehives, but massive.
Yeah.
And getting maybe weighing 3 or 4 tons each of iron ore in each one. And then then burn it, and it's you'll see it in these photos anyway.
Yeah.
They were definitely making steel or iron up there. And there's no medieval records of it around here. There's nothing like that. And even the monks at Wal Abbey, because they administered the land from the 14th century around here, they mentioned that the actual piece of land is called Prickshaw, Pricshaaw, and a shaw is a field in Anglo-Saxon. Prickshaw means field of points.
Oh, well, we should get on Google Earth and look it up, you know. I wanted to ask you, while I got you, I wanted to ask you, we'll do that, but how did Dover get like it is? Do you have any idea? Is there a theory about that? What the giant cliffs, and they're white as can be, right?
Yeah, all that's chalk. All the Dover cliffs are chalk.
Chalk. Ah.
Yeah.
That explains it.
Yeah, some of those cliffs are like 500 or 600 feet high, going straight down to the sea. You know, they're quite amazing, really. I don't know about Dover, but most of the south coast of England is chalk, and you get massive high cliffs there.
Yes, yeah.
Just if you walk on them, like.
Oh yeah, I don't know if I'd be doing that. I'd stay way away from the edge. I'm going to shut this one down, Edusa, and we'll pick it back up as soon as we come back, so hang tight.
Right, so I come over to YouTube for a bit, or shall I stay here, Phil?
Well, I'm going to roll, I'm going to shut this down, then I'll start by rolling one more chapter, and then we'll get back together. I don't want to keep you up too late. I know it's late there.
No, I've had a sleep now, Greg. I'm up there now.
Okay, all right. Well, that's what I like to hear.
So,
a trooper.
So I'll go up to YouTube for a bit and join the folks back there now.
All right, I'm going to shut this one down, and I'm going to have to start over. Okay, so you guys will have to find me. I'll put the link to the new one in the community if you need it, but it should just come right back on. Okay.
Okay, Greg. Nice one, man. See you in a bit.
Okay, everybody, thank you. Round 1 is over, and we will now begin round 2.